1. February 2nd, dragon raises its head. In the twilight, in a secluded place called Mud Bottle Alley, there was a lonely and thin teenager. According to the custom, he held a candle in one hand and a peach branch in the other, illuminating the beams, walls, and wooden bed. He used the peach branch to knock on the walls, trying to drive away snakes, scorpions, centipedes, and so on. His mouth was chanting an old saying passed down from generation to generation in this small town: February 2nd, candlelight illuminates the beams, peaches hit the walls, snakes and insects have no place to hide. The teenager's surname was Chen, and his name was Ping An. His parents died early. The town's porcelain was very famous. Since the founding of the dynasty, it had taken on the important task of supervising the burning and offering of sacrificial vessels. There were imperial court officials stationed here all year round to supervise the official kill. The young man, who had no one to rely on, became a porcelain kill craftsman at a very early age. At first, he could only do some chores and rough work. He worked hard for a few years with a master who had a bad temper. He had just figured out the knack of making porcelain. However, things were unpredictable. The town suddenly lost the protection of the official kill craftsman. The dozens of kilns around the town that looked like crouching dragons were all ordered by the government to shut down overnight. Chen Pingan put down the newly folded peach branch, blew out the candle, and walked out of the house. He sat on the steps and looked up at the bright starry sky. The teenager still remembered clearly that the old master, who was only willing to accept him as half a disciple, was surnamed Yao. In the early morning of autumn last year, he was found sitting on a small bamboo chair, facing the direction of the kill, with his eyes closed. However, people like old Yarrow, who went to a dead end, were in the minority. For generations, the town's craftsmen only knew how to make porcelain. They did not dare to overstep the official kill, nor did they dare to sell the porcelain in the storehouse to the people. They had to find other ways. The 14-year-old Chen Pingan was also kicked out. After returning to Mud Bottle Alley, he continued to guard this dilapidated old house. It was a bleak scene with 4 bare walls. Even if Chen Pingan wanted to be a prodigal, he had no way to start. After being a wandering ghost for a period of time, the teenager really could not find a way to make money. Relying on his meager savings, the teenager barely managed to fill his stomach. A few days ago, he heard that an old blacksmith, surnamed Wan, came to Dragon Rider Alley a few streets away. He announced that he would accept 7 or 8 blacksmith apprentices. He would not pay, but he would provide food. Chen Pingan hurriedly went to try his luck. He did not expect that the old man just glanced at him and turned him away. At that time, Chen Pingan was puzzled. Could it be that blacksmithing was not based on the strength of one's arms, but on the good or bad of one's appearance? It should be known that although Chen Pingan looked weak, his strength was not to be underestimated. This was the foundation of his body that the teenager had trained from years of making porcelain. In addition, Chen Pingan also followed the old man surnamed Yarrow and ran through the mountains and rivers within 100 miles of the town. He tasted the taste of the surrounding soil and worked hard without complaint. He was willing to do any dirty work without any sloppiness. Unfortunately, old Yarrow still did not like Chen Pingan. He thought that the teenager had no understanding and was a blockhead who was far inferior to his eldest disciple, Liu Xianyang. It was no wonder that the old man was biased. The master showed the door, but the cultivation was up to the individual. For example, the same boring and tedious task of pulling blanks, Liu Xianyang's ability in just half a year was comparable to Chen Pingan's 3 years of hard work. Although he might not be able to use this skill in this lifetime, Chen Pingan was still like before. He closed his eyes and imagined himself with a slate and a wheeled cart in front of him. He began to practice pulling blanks. Practice makes perfect. About every 15 minutes, the teenager would rest for a moment and shake his wrists. This cycle repeated until his entire body was completely exhausted. Only then did Chen Pingan get up and take a walk in the courtyard, slowly stretching his muscles and bones. No one had ever taught Chen Pingan these things. He had blindly figured it out himself. The world was originally silent, but Chen Pingan heard an ear-piercing, mocking laugh and stopped walking. As expected, He saw his peer squatting on the wall with a grin on his face. He did not hide his disdain at all. This person was Chen Pingan's old neighbor. It was said that he was the illegitimate son of the previous supervisor. That supervisor was afraid of criticism and impeachment, so he returned to the capital alone to report on his work. He gave his child to an official with whom he had a good personal relationship to help look after him. Now that the small town had mysteriously lost the right to make official kilns, the supervisor in charge of supervising the kilns for the imperial court was unable to even protect himself. How could he care about the illegitimate son of his colleagues in the officialdom? He threw down some money and hurried to the capital to make some connections. Unknowingly, he had become an abandoned child, but his days were still leisurely and carefree. All day long, he took his personal servant girl and wandered around the small town. He was idle all year round and had never worried about money. The yellow walls of the houses in Ni Ping Lane were very low. In fact, the neighbor did not need to stand on his toes to see the scene in the yard. However, every time he talked to Chen Pingan, he liked to squat on the wall. Compared to the crude and tacky name of Chen Pingan, the young man next door had a much more elegant name. He was called Song Jisin, and even the maidservant whom he depended on for survival had a cultured name, Ji Gui. The girl was standing on the other side of the wall. She had a pair of almond eyes and was timid. A voice sounded from the other side of the gate. "Are you selling this servant girl?" Song Jisin was stunned. He turned his head and looked at the source of the voice. It was a smiling young man in brocade clothes standing outside the yard. It was a completely unfamiliar face. Next to the young man in brocade clothes stood a tall old man. He had a fair face and a kind expression. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man and girl in the neighboring yard. The old man's gaze swept past Chen Pingan without stopping. However, his gaze lingered on Song Jisin and the servant girl. His smile gradually deepened. Song Jisin squinted his eyes and said, "Sell. Why not sell?" The young man smiled and said, "Then name a price." The girl's eyes widened. Her face was full of disbelief, like a panicked young elk. Song Jisin rolled his eyes. He stretched out a finger and shook it. 10,000 taels of silver. The young man in brocade clothes' expression was normal. He nodded and said, "Okay." Song Jisin saw that the young man did not seem to be joking. He quickly changed his words and said, "It's 10,000 taels of gold." The young man in brocade clothes smiled and said, "I'm just teasing you." Song Jisin's face was gloomy. The young man in brocade clothes no longer paid attention to Song Jisin. He shifted his gaze and looked at Chen Pingan. "Today, thanks to you, I was able to buy that carp. After I bought it, the more I looked at it, the more I liked it. I thought that I must thank you in person, so I asked Grandpa Wu to take me to find you tonight." He threw a heavy embroidered bag to Chen Pingan and said with a bright smile, "This is a reward. You and I are even." Chen Pingan wanted to say something, but the young man in brocade clothes had already turned and left. Chen Pingan frowned. During the day, he inadvertently saw a middle-aged man carrying a fish basket walking on the street. He caught a palm-sized golden carp. It was jumping around in the bamboo basket. Chen Pingan only glanced at it and felt very happy. So he asked if he could buy it for 10 coins. The middle-aged man originally just wanted to reward his 5 viscera temple. Seeing that there was profit to be made, he raised the price. He asked for 30 coins before he was willing to sell it. Chen Pingan, who was embarrassingly short of money, did not have so much spare money. He really did not want to give up the golden carp. So he followed the middle-aged man and coaxed him. He wanted to cut the price to 15 coins, or even 20 coins. Just when the middle-aged man showed signs of loosening the price, the young man in brocade clothes and the tall old man happened to pass by. They did not say anything and bought the carp and the fish basket for 50 coins. Chen Pingan could only helplessly watch them go away. Song Jisin stared at the back view of the grandfather and grandson as they walked further and further away. He retracted his fierce gaze and jumped off the wall. He seemed to have remembered something and said to Chen Pingan, "Do you still remember the 4-legged snake in the first month of the lunar month?" Chen Pingan nodded. How could he not remember? It was simply fresh in his memory. According to the customs of this town that had been passed down for hundreds of years, if a snake drilled into one's house, it was a good sign. The owner should never expel or kill it. On the first day of the first month, Song Jisin was sitting on the doorstep and basking in the sun. Then, a small thing commonly known as a four-legged snake darted into the house under his eyes. Song Jisin grabbed it and threw it out of the yard. He did not expect that the four-legged snake, which had been thrown into confusion, would become more and more courageous. Again and again, it angered Song Jisin, who never believed in ghosts and gods. In a fit of anger, he threw it into Chen Ping'an's yard. Who would have thought that Song Jisin would see the four-legged snake curled up under his bed the next day? Song Jisin noticed that the girl pulled his sleeve. The young man and her had a tacit understanding. Subconsciously, he swallowed the words that had already reached his mouth back into his stomach. What he wanted to say was that the ugly four-legged snake recently had a bulge on its forehead, as if it had grown horns on its head. Song Jisin changed his words and said, "GQ, and I may have to leave here next month." Chen Ping'an sighed, "Be careful on the road." Song Jisin said half-truthfully, "There are some things that I definitely can't move. Don't take advantage of the fact that there is no one in my house to steal things without restraint." Chen Ping'an shook his head. Song Jisin suddenly burst into laughter. He pointed at Chen Ping'an with his finger and said with a mischievous smile, timid as a mouse, "No wonder a poor family has no noble children. Not to mention being poor and being bullied in this life, maybe you won't be able to escape in the next life." Chen Ping'an was silent. Everyone returned to their houses. Chen Ping'an closed the door and laid on the hard wooden bed. The poor young man closed his eyes and whispered, "Broken pieces are flat, peaceful, peaceful, peaceful." PS1. A short story of nearly 200,000 words in the snow has been updated in WeChat. The WeChat public account is Fonghua 1985 PS2. More than 100 Alliance Masters have already been uploaded. You are mighty. PS3. Long time no see. Sword come. 2. Chen Ping'an got out of bed before the rooster crowed. The thin bedding couldn't keep him warm, and Chen Ping'an had developed the habit of waking up early and going to bed late when he was a porcelain apprentice. Chen Ping'an opened the door and came to the small yard with soft soil. After taking a deep breath, he stretched and walked out of the yard. He turned around and saw a slender figure bending over with a wooden bucket of water in her hands. She was using her shoulder to push open the door of his yard. It was Song Jisin's maidservant. She should have just come back from fetching water from the Iron Lock well in Apricot Blossom Lane. Chen Ping'an withdrew his gaze and ran through the streets and alleys to the east of the town. Clay Bottle Lane was in the west of the town, and at the easternmost city gate, there was a person in charge of the town's traveling merchants and night patrols. Usually, he would also receive and deliver some letters sent back from outside. What Chen Ping'an needed to do next was to send those letters to the townspeople. The reward was 1 copper coin per letter. This was a way of making money that he had painstakingly asked for. Chen Ping'an had already made an appointment with the other side to take over the business after the dragon raised its head on the 2nd day of February. In Song Jisin's words, they were born poor. Even if they were lucky enough to marry into the family, Chen Ping'an couldn't afford to keep them. Song Jisin often said some obscure words that were probably copied from books. Chen Ping'an couldn't quite understand it. For example, 2 days ago, he said something about the chilly spring cold killing the youth. Chen Ping'an didn't understand it at all. As for the cold days after the winter every year, the youth had experienced it firsthand. Song Jisin said that it was called the late spring cold, and it was as powerful as the return thrust on the battlefield. Therefore, many people would die at the gates of hell. The town was not surrounded by city walls. After all, not to mention bandits, even thieves were rare. Therefore, although it was called a city gate in name, it was actually a row of old fences that were crooked from side to side. It was considered the town's pride to have a place for pedestrians and vehicles to pass through. When Chen Ping'an trotted past Apricot Blossom Lane, he saw many women and children gathered around the Iron Lock well. The wheels of the well kept squeaking. After going around another street, Chen Ping'an heard the familiar sound of someone reading a book not far away. There was a village school there. It was opened by a few big families in the town. The teacher was a foreigner. When Chen Pinggan was young, he would often hide outside the window, squat secretly, and perk up his ears. Although the teacher was very strict when he taught, he didn't reprimand or stop children like Chen Pinggan who were freeloading. Later, Chen Pinggan went to a dragon kill outside the town to be an apprentice and never went to school again. Further ahead, Chen Pinggan passed by a stone archway. Because the archway building had 12 stone pillars, the locals liked to call it the Crab Archway. As for the real name of the archway, Song Jisin and Liu Yangxian said it was very different. Song Jisin swore that in an old book called the County Records, it was called the Great Scholar Square. It was the archway bestowed by the emperor to commemorate the political and military achievements of a high official in history. Liu Yangxian, who was a country bumpkin like Chen Pinggan, said that this was the Crab Archway. They had been calling it the Great Scholar Square for hundreds of years. There was no reason to call it the Great Scholar Square. Liu Yangxian also asked Song Jisin a question: how big is the official hat of the great scholar? Is it bigger than the mouth of the Iron Lock Well? Song Jisin's face turned red. At this time, Chen Pinggan ran around the 12-legged memorial archway. There were 4 big words on each side. The handwriting was strange and seemed different from each other. They were respectively: do not pass on the responsibility to others, hope to speak of nature, do not ask for external help, and fighting bull spirit. According to Song Jisin, except for the 4 words, the other 3 stone inscriptions had been smeared and tampered with. Chen Pinggan was ignorant of these things and had never thought deeply about it. Of course, even if the teenager wanted to get to the bottom of it, it would be in vain. He did not even know what kind of book the local county chronicle that Song Jisin often talked about was. Not far from the archway, he soon saw an old tree with luxuriant branches and leaves. Under the tree, there was a tree trunk that had been moved here by someone. After a little chopping, the 2 ends of the trunk were cushioned with 2 bluestone slabs. This section of the tree was used as a simple bench. Every summer, the people of the town liked to come here to enjoy the cool breeze. The elders of the wealthy families would even fish out a basket of iced melons and fruits from the well. When the children were full, they would form groups and play under the shade of the trees. Chen Pinggan was used to going up the mountain and into the water. He ran to the gate of the fence and stopped in front of the lonely yellow mud house. His heart was not beating fast and he was not out of breath. There were not many outsiders coming in and out of the town. Logically speaking, now that the money tree of the official kill had fallen, there would be even less new faces. When old man Yarrow was still alive, there was once when he was drunk. He told Chen Pinggan and Liu Xianyang that their business was the only official kill business in the world. It was the imperial porcelain for His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress. No matter how rich the other people were, no matter how high their official position was, if they dared to touch it, they would be beheaded. That day, old man Yarrow's spirit was especially different. Today, Chen Pinggan looked outside the fence and found many people waiting to open the gate. There were no less than 7 or 8 people, men and women, old and young. Moreover, they were all strangers. The town's local people rarely went in and out, whether it was to make porcelain or to do farm work. The reason was very simple. The road from the east gate of the town extended out, and there were no dragon kilns or fields. At this time, Chen Pinggan and those outsiders were separated by a wooden fence and looked at each other. At that moment, the youth wearing the straw sandals only envied the thick clothes on those people. They must be very warm and could withstand the cold. The people outside the gate were clearly divided into several groups. They were not in one group, but they all looked at the thin youth inside the gate. Most of them had indifferent expressions. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people's gazes had long passed the youth's figure and looked further into the town. Chen Pinggan felt it was strange. Did these people not know that the imperial court had already sealed off all the dragon kilns? Or was it because they knew the truth that they felt there was an opportunity? There was a young man wearing a strange laurel hat. He was tall and had a green jade pendant at his waist. He seemed to be impatient and walked out of the crowd alone. He wanted to push open the gate that had no lock. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the wooden gate, he suddenly stopped and slowly pulled back his hand. He put his hands behind his back and looked smilingly at the straw sandals youth inside the gate. He did not speak, only smiled. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Pinggan inadvertently saw that the people behind the young man seemed to be disappointed, playful, frowning, and mocking. Their emotions were subtle and different. At this time, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair suddenly opened the gate and cursed at Chen Pinggan. "Little bastard, have you fallen into the trap of money? You're here so early in the morning. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate and see your dead parents?" Chen Pinggan rolled his eyes. The youth did not care about these harsh words. First, he lived in this rural place with only a few books. If he was annoyed by a few words, he might as well find a well and jump into it. It would save him a lot of trouble. Second, this middle-aged man guarding the gate was often the target of the townspeople's teasing. Especially those bold and shrewish women. Not to mention cursing him, many of them even hit him. In addition, this person liked to boast to children who were still in diapers. For example, he said that he had fought a good battle at the gate of the city. He beat up 5 or 6 big men until they were looking for their teeth on the ground. The ground was covered in blood, and the entire road in front of the gate was like a muddy road on a rainy day. He said to Chen Pinggan in a bad mood, "We'll talk about that later." No one in the town took this guy seriously. However, whether outsiders could enter the town or not, this man had the power to decide their life and death. As he walked to the wooden gate, he reached his hand into his trousers. This man, whose back was facing Chen Pinggan, opened the gate. From time to time, he would collect a small embroidered bag from someone and put it into his sleeve. Then, he would let them pass one by one. Chen Pinggan had made way for them early on. The 8 of them were roughly divided into 5 groups as they walked towards the small town. Other than the young man with a tall crown on his head and a green pendant hanging from his waist, there were also 2 children around 7 or 8 years old. The boy was wearing a festive red robe, while the girl was pink and tender, like fine porcelain. The boy was half a head shorter than Chen Pinggan. When the child brushed past him, he opened his mouth. Although he didn't make a sound, the shape of his mouth was obvious. He probably said 2 words that were full of provocation. The middle-aged woman holding the boy's hand gently coughed. Only then did the child slightly restrain himself. The little girl behind the woman and the boy was held by a tall and sturdy old man with a head full of frost. She turned her head to Chen Pinggan and said a bunch of words. She did not forget to point at the boy in front of her. Chen Pinggan did not understand what the girl was saying, but he could guess that she was complaining. The tall and sturdy old man glanced at the straw sandals youth. However, Chen Pinggan subconsciously took a step back when someone glanced at him, intentionally or unintentionally. It was like a mouse seeing a cat. After seeing this scene, the little girl who was originally chattering like a little oriole suddenly lost interest in fanning the flames. She turned her head and did not look at Chen Pinggan anymore. It was as if looking at him would dirty her eyes. The young Chen Pinggan was indeed inexperienced, but it did not mean that he could not read people's faces. When the group of people walked away, the man guarding the door smiled and asked, "Do you want to know what they said?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Yes." The middle-aged bachelor was happy and said with a smile, "They praised you for being good-looking." It was all good words. Chen Pinggan's mouth twitched. "Do you think I'm stupid?" The man saw through the youth's thoughts and smiled even more happily. "If you're not stupid, would I let you deliver the letter?" Chen Pinggan did not dare to refute. He was afraid that if he angered this guy, the copper coins that were about to be in his hands would fly away. The man turned his head and looked at those people. He rubbed his unshaven chin and said in a low voice, "That woman just now, her legs could crush people to death." Chen Pinggan hesitated and asked curiously, "That lady practiced martial arts?" The man was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at the youth. He said seriously, "You're really stupid." The youth was confused. He asked Chen Pinggan to wait and strode into the house. When he came back, he had a stack of envelopes in his hand. It was neither thick nor thin, about 10 envelopes. The man handed them to Chen Pinggan and asked, "Stupid people have stupid luck, and good people have good karma. Do you believe it?" Chen Pinggan held the envelope in one hand and opened his palm with the other. He blinked and said, We agreed that 1 copper coin for each letter. The man was angry. He took the 5 copper coins that he had prepared in advance and slapped them on the youth's palm. He waved his hand and said heroically, "I'll owe you the remaining 5 copper coins." 3. The town was neither big nor small, with more than 600 households. Chen Pingan recognized most of the poor in the town. As for the rich families, the threshold was high, and the young bumpkin could not enter. Chen Pingan had not even set foot in some of the wide alleys where the rich gathered. The streets there were paved with large pieces of bluestone slabs. On rainy days, one would not step on them and splash mud everywhere. Those high-quality bluestone slabs had been trampled by horses and carriages for thousands of years, and had long been polished until they were as smooth as a mirror. The surnames Lu, Li, Zhao, and Song were 4 big surnames in the town. The village school was paid for by these families, and most of them owned 2 or 3 big dragon kilns outside the town. The official residence of the kill supervisor was on the same street as these families. Unfortunately, the 10 letters that Chen Pingan wanted to send today were almost all from the well-known rich families in the town. This was very reasonable. Dragons gave birth to dragons, phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes, and mice gave birth to mice and burrowed in the ground. A wanderer who could send letters home must have a good family background. Otherwise, he would not have the courage to go on a long journey. 9 of the letters, Chen Pingan actually went to 2 places, Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley. When he first stepped on the bluestone slabs that were as big as a bedboard, the young man was a little nervous and slowed down. He actually felt a little ashamed, and could not help but feel that his straw sandals had dirtied the street. The first letter that Chen Pingan sent out was from the Lu family, whose ancestor had received a jade ruyi from the emperor. When the young man stood at the door, he became more and more nervous. Rich families were very particular. Not only was the Lu family's house big, but there were also 2 stone lions at the door. They were as tall as a person and looked very imposing. Song Jisin said that these things could ward off evil spirits. Chen Pingan did not know what evil spirits were, but he was very curious about the round stone ball in the lion's mouth. How was it carved? Chen Pingan resisted the urge to touch the stone ball. He walked up the steps and knocked on the bronze lion door. Soon, a young man opened the door and walked out. When he heard that Chen Pingan was here to deliver a letter, the man's face was expressionless. He used 2 fingers to pinch the corner of the envelope. After receiving the letter, he turned around and walked quickly into the house, slamming the door with the painted god of wealth on it. After that, the young man's delivery of the letter was just as ordinary. There was a house at the corner of Peachleaf Alley that wasn't famous. The person who opened the door was a short, kind-looking old man. After he put away the letter, he smiled and said, "Young man, you've worked hard. Do you want to come in and have some hot water?" The young man smiled shyly, shook his head, and ran away. The old man gently put the letter into his sleeve. He was not in a hurry to return to the house. He raised his head and looked into the distance. His vision was cloudy. In the end, he gazed at the peach trees on both sides of the street from high to low, from far to near. Only then did the seemingly senile old man squeeze out a smile. The old man turned around and left. Not long after, a cute little yellow sparrow stopped on a peach tree branch. Its beak was tender, and it chirped softly. Chen Pingan left the last letter. He needed to send it to the teacher in the village school. On the way, he passed by a fortune-telling stall. The owner was a young Taoist priest wearing an old Taoist robe. He sat behind the table with his back straight. He wore a laurel hat on his head, which looked like a blooming lotus. When the young Taoist saw the young man running by, he hurriedly greeted him. "Young man, don't miss this chance. Come and draw a lot. This poor Taoist will tell your fortune. This poor Taoist can help you predict good or bad fortune." Chen Pingan did not stop, but he turned his head and waved his hand. The Taoist priest did not give up. He leaned forward and raised his voice. "Young man, in the past, this poor Taoist would charge 10 coins for reading people's fortune. Today, I'll make an exception. I'll only charge you 3 coins. Of course, if you draw a good lot, you might as well add 1 more coin. If you have good luck and it's a good lot, then this poor Taoist will only charge you 5 coins. How about it? In the distance, Chen Pingan's footsteps obviously paused. The young Taoist priest had already stood up quickly. Striking while the iron was hot, he said loudly, "It's early in the morning. Young man, you're the first customer. This poor Taoist priest will be a good person to the end. As long as you sit down and draw lots, to be honest, this poor Taoist priest will write some yellow talismans. It can help you to pray for your ancestors and accumulate good karma. With this poor Taoist priest's ability, I dare not say that I'll definitely let you reincarnate into a rich and good child." Chen Pingan was stunned, and then he turned around and walked back to sit on the bench in front of the stall. A plain Taoist priest and a shabby young man. Two poor people, big and small, sat opposite each other. The Taoist priest smiled and stretched out his hand, indicating the young man to pick up the lot pot. Chen Pingan hesitated and suddenly said, "I won't draw lots. Can you just help me write a yellow talisman?" In Chen Pingan's memory, it seemed that this young Taoist priest who wandered here had been in the small town for at least 5 or 6 years. His appearance did not change and he was amiable to everyone. Usually, he would help people feel their bones, read their fortune, draw lots, and occasionally write letters for them. What was interesting was that the lot pot on the table was filled with 108 bamboo lots. For so many years, men and women in the small town had drawn lots. No one had ever drawn a good lot, and no one had ever drawn a bad lot from the lot pot. It seemed that there were a total of 108 lots, and no one had ever drawn a bad lot from the lot pot. Therefore, if it was a festival, purely for good luck, the people in the small town could accept spending 10 coins. But if it was really troublesome, no one would be willing to come here to be a sucker. If this Taoist priest was a complete swindler, he would be wronged. The small town was only so big. If he really only knew how to act mysterious and cheat, he would have been kicked out long ago. Therefore, this young Taoist priest's skill was definitely not in fortune-telling and divination. But there were some small illnesses and disasters. Many people drank a bowl of the Taoist priest's talisman water and quickly recovered. It was quite effective. The young Taoist priest shook his head and said, "I do things honestly. I said that I would charge you 5 coins for the divination and the talisman." Chen Pingan retorted in a low voice, "It's 3 coins. The Taoist priest laughed and said, "If you draw a good lot, then it's 5 coins. Chen Pingan made up his mind and reached for the lot pot. He suddenly raised his head and asked, "How did you know that I have 5 coins?" The Taoist priest sat upright and still. "I have always been very accurate in judging people's fortune and wealth." Chen Pingan thought for a moment and picked up the lot pot. The Taoist priest smiled and said, "Young man, don't be nervous. If it's in your life, then it will be there. If it's not in your life, then don't force it. Looking at things with a normal heart is the best way." Chen Pingan put the lot pot back on the table. He looked solemn and asked, "Taoist priest, I'll give you the 5 coins. I won't draw the lot. I just ask you to write the talisman on the yellow paper better than usual. Is that okay?" The Taoist priest smiled as usual. He thought for a moment and nodded, "Okay." On the table, the brush, ink, and paper had already been prepared. The Daoist carefully asked Chen Pingan's parents' names, birthplaces, and birthdays. He took out a yellow talisman paper and quickly finished writing in one go. As for what he wrote, Chen Pingan was at a loss. He put down the brush and picked up the talisman paper. The young Taoist priest blew on the ink. "After you bring it home, stand at the door and burn the yellow paper outside the door." The young man solemnly took the talisman paper and carefully put it away. He didn't forget to put the 5 coins on the table and bowed to express his gratitude. The young Taoist priest waved his hand, indicating that the young man should go about his business. Chen Pingan ran to deliver the last letter. The Taoist priest languid leaned on the chair and glanced at the coins. He bent down and reached out to hold them in front of him. At this moment, a small and exquisite oriole flew from the sky to the table. It pecked at one of the coins and quickly lost interest. It flapped its wings and flew away. The oriole wants to take the flowers. The peach blossoms of the Jun family have yet to bloom. After the Taoist priest leisurely recited this poem, he deliberately waved his sleeve and sighed, "Life is 8 feet long, but not 10 feet long. With a wave of his sleeve, 2 bamboo skewers slipped out of his sleeve and fell to the ground. The daoist cried out and hurriedly picked them up. Then, he sneakily looked around and found that no one was paying attention to him. Only then did he feel relieved and put the 2 bamboo skewers back into his loose sleeve. The young Taoist priest coughed and kept a straight face. He continued to wait for the next guest. He was a bit emotional. Sure enough, it was easier to earn money from women. In fact, the young Taoist priest hid 2 bamboo sticks in his sleeve. One was the best one and the other was the worst one. They were both used to earn big money. It wasn't necessary for outsiders to know. The young man naturally didn't understand these profound principles. He walked with light steps to the village school. The nearby bamboo forest was lush and green. Chen Pinggan slowed down his steps. The middle-aged man's mellow voice sounded in the room, "The sun shines brightly, the lamb's fur is warm." Then a neat and clear young voice sounded, "The sun shines brightly, the lamb's fur is warm." Chen Pinggan looked up. The sun was rising from the east, brilliant and magnificent. The young man was in a daze. When he came back to his senses, the child was shaking his head. According to the teacher's request, he skillfully recited a passage of an article, "At the awakening of hibernation, the heaven and earth are born, and all things are born." Sleeping at night, walking early, taking wide steps in the courtyard, a gentleman walks slowly, in order to have ambition. Chen Pinggan stood at the door of the school. He wanted to say something but stopped. The middle-aged Taoist priest turned his head and looked at him. He walked out of the room quietly. Chen Pinggan handed over the letter with both hands and said respectfully, "This is the teacher's letter." The tall man in a green robe took the letter and said gently, "In the future, when you have nothing to do, you can come here more often to listen." Chen Pinggan was a bit embarrassed. After all, he might not really have time to listen to the teacher's teaching. The young man didn't want to lie to him. The man smiled and said considerately, "It's okay. The principles are in the book, but the person is outside the book. You can go and do your work." Chen Pinggan heaved a sigh of relief and left. After the young man ran far away, he turned his head and looked back. He saw that the teacher was still standing at the door. His figure was bathed in the sunlight. From afar, he looked like a god. 4. If he hadn't been to Fulu Street or Peachleaf Alley, Chen Pinggan would never have realized how dark and narrow Clay Bottle Alley was. However, the straw sandals teenager didn't feel disappointed. Instead, he finally felt at ease. The teenager smiled and stretched out his hands. His palms just touched the yellow mud wall twice. He remembered that about 3 or 4 years ago, Chen Pinggan could only touch the mud wall with his fingertips. When he reached his house, he found that the courtyard door was wide open. Thinking that he had been robbed, he quickly ran into the yard and saw a tall teenager sitting on the threshold with his back against the locked door. He was yawning in boredom. When he saw Chen Pinggan, he stood up and ran to Chen Pinggan. He grabbed Chen Pinggan's arm and pulled him toward the house. He lowered his voice and said, "Hurry up and open the door. I have something important to tell you." Chen Pinggan couldn't break free from the guy's grip and had to be pulled to the door. The teenager, who was 2 years older than him, quickly threw away Chen Pinggan and tiptoed to Chen Pinggan's wooden bed. He stuck his ear to the wall and listened to the foot of the wall next door. Chen Pinggan asked curiously, "Liu Xianyang, what are you doing?" The tall teenager turned a deaf ear to Chen Pinggan's question. After about half an hour, Liu Xianyang returned to normal. He sat on the edge of the wooden bed with a complicated expression. He was relieved and regretful. Only now did Liu Xianyang realize that Chen Pinggan was doing something strange. He was squatting inside the door with his body leaning outwards. He was using a candle that was only the size of a thumb to burn a piece of yellow paper. The ashes fell outside the door. It seemed that Chen Pinggan was still murmuring something. However, Liu Xianyang couldn't hear it clearly because he was a little far away. Liu Xianyang was the last disciple of Old Yarrow, a long-established dragon kill. As for Chen Pinggan, who had poor aptitude, Old Yarrow didn't really recognize him as his disciple. In this place, if a disciple didn't offer tea to the master, or the master didn't drink the tea, it meant that they didn't have a master and disciple status. Chen Pinggan and Liu Xianyang were not neighbors. Their ancestral homes were quite far from each other. The reason why Liu Xianyang introduced Chen Pinggan to old Yarrow was because of an old grudge between them. Liu Xianyang used to be a naughty teenager in the small town. Before his grandfather passed away, at least there was an elder in his family to take care of him. After his grandfather passed away, he, who was as tall as a strong young man at the age of 12 or 13, became the devil incarnate that everyone in the neighborhood had a headache about. Later, for some reason, Liu Xianyang annoyed a group of disciples of the Liu family. As a result, he was blocked in the Mud Bottle Alley and was beaten up. The opponents were all hot-blooded teenagers who didn't care about the severity of their attacks. Liu Xianyang was soon beaten to the point of vomiting blood. More than 10 families lived in the Mud Bottle Alley. Most of them were low-level craftsmen who begged for a living in the small dragon kill. At that time, Song Jisin wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he happily squatted on the wall to watch the fun. He wanted to see the world in chaos. In the end, only a skinny child sneaked out of the yard and ran to the entrance of the alley. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Someone is dead! Someone is dead!" Hearing the word dead, the disciples of the Liu family woke up with a start. Seeing Liu Xianyang covered in blood on the ground and the tall teenager dying, those rich teenagers finally felt a burst of fear. After looking at each other, they ran away from the other end of the Mud Bottle Alley. But after that, Liu Xianyang didn't thank the child who saved his life. Instead, he came here every few days to tease him. The orphan was also stubborn. No matter how Liu Xianyang bullied him, he refused to cry, which made the teenager more and more angry. But 1 year later, when Liu Xianyang saw that the little orphan surnamed Chen was probably unable to survive the winter, he finally found his conscience. The teenager who had already been apprenticed to a master at the Dragon Kill took the orphan to the Dragon Kill located at the edge of Baoshi. Going west out of the small town, on a snowy mountain road for dozens of miles, Liu Xianyang still didn't understand how the little guy who looked like charcoal and whose legs were as thin as bamboo poles walked to the Dragon Kill. However, although old Yarrow still let Chen Pinggan stay in the end, the way he treated the two was really different. He beat and scolded his last disciple Liu Xianyang, but even a blind person could feel his good intentions. For example, once he hit Liu Xianyang's forehead so hard that blood oozed out. The teenager's skin was thick, so he didn't feel anything. Instead, it was old Yarrow who regretted it. This taciturn old man was used to being dignified in front of his disciple. Because of his face, he couldn't say anything. As a result, he walked in circles in his house for most of the night and was still worried about Liu Xianyang. In the end, he called Chen Pinggan and gave Liu Xianyang a bottle of ointment. Chen Pinggan had been envious of Liu Xianyang for so many years. It wasn't that he envied Liu Xianyang's talent, strength, and popularity. He was just envious of Liu Xianyang's fearlessness. He was carefree no matter where he went, and he never felt that living alone was a terrible thing. No matter where Liu Xianyang went or who he got along with, he could quickly put his arm around each other's shoulders, call each other brothers, and drink and play finger-guessing games. Because of his grandfather's poor health, Liu Xianyang became self-reliant at a very early age and became the king of the children. He was skilled at catching snakes, fish, and bird nests. Wooden bows, fishing rods, slingshots, and bird cages. Liu Xianyang seemed to know how to do everything, especially catching loaches and fishing for eels in the fields in the countryside. The teenager was undoubtedly the best in the town. In fact, when Liu Xianyang dropped out of school in the countryside, Mr. Qi specially went to Liu Xianyang's sick grandfather and said that he didn't need to take a penny. However, Liu Xianyang didn't agree no matter what. He said that he only wanted to earn money and didn't want to study. Mr. Qi said that he could pay Liu Xianyang to be his page boy, but Liu Xianyang still didn't agree. In fact, Liu Xianyang lived quite well. Even if old Yarrow died and the Dragon Kill was sealed, he was chosen by the blacksmith in Dragon Riding Alley within a few days. He began to build a hut and a furnace in the south of the town. He was very busy. Liu Xianyang watched Chen Pinggan blow out the candle and put it on the table. He asked in a low voice, "Do you usually hear strange sounds in the morning, like?" Chen Pinggan sat on the bench and waited for him to continue. Liu Xianyang hesitated for a moment and blushed slightly. Like a cat meowing in spring. Chen Pinggan asked, is it Song Jisin meowing like a cat or GQ? Liu Xianyang rolled his eyes and stopped playing the lute to a cow. He put his hands on the bed and slowly bent his elbows. Then he straightened his arms. His butt left the bed and his feet left the ground. His butt was suspended in the air. He curled his lips and said sarcastically, what GQ? It's obviously Wang Zhu. Song Jisin likes to show off since he was young. I don't know where he saw the word GQ and used it casually. He doesn't care about the meaning of the word. Wang Zhu must have done something wrong in her previous life to have such a son. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to Song Jisin's side to suffer. Chen Pinggan didn't agree with the tall teenager's words. Liu Xianyang, who had been maintaining that posture, snorted and said, you really don't understand. Why is it that after you helped Wang Zhu carry the water bucket once, she no longer talks to you anymore? I'm sure it was Song Jisin, that narrow-minded person. He knocked over a bottle of vinegar and threatened Wang Zhu not to flirt with you. Otherwise, he would punish her according to the family rules. Not only would he break her legs, he would also throw her into Mud Bottle Alley. Chen Pinggan couldn't listen anymore and interrupted Liu Xianyang's words. Song Jisin isn't bad to her. Liu Xianyang flew into a rage out of humiliation. What do you know about good and bad? Chen Pinggan's eyes were clear. He said softly, sometimes when she's working in the courtyard, Song Jisin would occasionally sit on the bench and read his county records. When she saw Song Jisin, she would often smile. Liu Xianyang's eyes were dull. Suddenly, the thin wooden bed couldn't support Liu Xianyang's weight and broke into two halves. The tall teenager sat on the ground. Chen Pinggan squatted on the ground and pressed his head with both hands. He sighed and felt a headache coming on. Liu Xianyang scratched his head and stood up, and he didn't say anything remorseful. He just lightly kicked Chen Pinggan and grinned. All right, isn't it just a small and shabby bed? I came here today to bring you a great piece of news. No matter what, it's more valuable than your shabby bed. Chen Pinggan raised his head. Liu Xianyang said proudly, after my master Wan left the town, he suddenly said that he wanted to dig a few wells by the stream in the south. He didn't have enough manpower and needed to call for help. I casually mentioned you and said that there's a short winter melon who's strong enough. Master Wan also agreed to let you go over by yourself in the next 2 days. Chen Pinggan suddenly stood up and was about to thank him. Liu Xianyang raised a hand. Stop. I can't thank you enough. Just remember it in your heart. Chen Pinggan grimaced. Liu Xianyang looked around. There was a fishing rod in the corner, a slingshot by the window, and a wooden bow hanging on the wall. The tall teenager wanted to say something but didn't. In the end, he held back. He strode over the threshold, his boots deliberately bypassing the ashes of the talisman papers. Chen Pinggan looked at the tall figure. Liu Xianyang suddenly turned around and faced Chen Pinggan. The tall teenager sat on his waist, his feet never leaving the ground. After a few steps, he threw a heavy punch. Then, he pulled back his fist and straightened his back. He laughed loudly and said, Master Wan told me in private that I only need to practice this fist technique for a year and I'll be able to kill people. Liu Xianyang seemed to be still not satisfied. He made a strange kick and laughed. This is called a good kick must enter the crotch. Kick a stuffy donkey to death. Finally, Liu Xianyang stretched out his thumb and pointed to his chest. He said arrogantly, when Master Wan taught me the fist technique, I had some thoughts and insights, so I chatted with him. For example, my understanding of Old Man Yarrow's unique technique, jumping blade. Master Wan praised me as a martial arts genius that only appears once in 100 years. In the future, you just need to follow me. You'll live a good life. Liu Xianyang saw from the corner of his eye that the servant girl next door had already entered the room. He immediately lost his interest in playing the hero. He said to Chen Pinggan casually, by the way, when I passed by the old locust tree just now, there was an old man who called himself the storyteller over there. He was setting up a stall over there and said that he had accumulated a lot of interesting stories about strange people and wanted to tell us. You can go take a look if you have time. Chen Pinggan nodded. Liu Xianyang strode out of Clay Bottle Alley. There were many rumors about this solitary and unruly young man in the small town. However, the young man liked to claim that his ancestors were generals who led troops to war. That was why his family had a treasured armor passed down from generation to generation. Although it was said to be a treasured armor, Chen Pinggan had seen it with his own eyes. In fact, it was ugly. It looked like a scar on a person's body, but also like a scar on an old tree. However, Liu Xianyang's peers didn't say that. They only said that Liu Xianyang's ancestor was a deserter. He fled to this small town and became a son-in-law. He was lucky enough to escape the pursuit of the authorities. They said it with certainty, as if they had seen how Liu Xianyang's ancestors fled the battlefield and how they wandered all the way to this small town. Chen Pinggan thought for a moment. He squatted by the threshold and lowered his head to blow away the ashes. Song Jisin stood by the courtyard wall with the servant girl GQ beside him. He shouted, "Do you want to play with us by the locust tree?" Chen Pinggan raised his head. "I'm not going." Song Jisin twitched the corner of his mouth. "Boring." He turned to his servant girl and smiled. "GQ, let's go. I'll go buy you a whole jar of peach blossom powder." She blushed and said, "A small cricket jar is enough." Song Jisin put his hands behind his back and strode forward with his head held high. "Our Song family has lived a prosperous life for generations. How can we be stingy? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to our family?" Chen Pinggan sat on the threshold and rubbed his forehead. This Song Jisin didn't give off a bad feeling when he didn't talk nonsense. However, if Liu Xianyang was here, he would definitely want to smash the back of Song Jisin's head with a brick. Chen Pinggan leaned against the door and thought about tomorrow's scene. It would most likely be like today, and the day after tomorrow would be like tomorrow. This cycle would repeat. He, Chen Pinggan, would continue to walk like this for the rest of his life until he was similar to Old Man Yarrow in the end. A man eats dirt his whole life, and dirt eats him once. In the end, when he closed his eyes and opened them again, it might be a matter of his next life. The youth lowered his head and looked at the straw sandals on his feet. He suddenly laughed. The feeling of stepping on a bluestone slab was different from stepping on a muddy beach. Liu Xianyang left the alley. When he passed by the fortune-telling stall, the young taoist beckoned him over. "Come, come, come. I see that your complexion is like burning oil. It's not a good sign. However, don't be afraid. I have a method that can help you avoid disaster." Liu Xianyang was a little surprised. He remembered that this taoist used to read people's fortunes. Although he wasn't sure if it was accurate, he had never taken the initiative to solicit business. Almost all of his customers were willing to take the bait. Could it be that now that the dragon kill was closed by the imperial court, this taoist was also unlucky? He would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go? Liu Xianyang laughed and scolded, "Your method is to spend money to avoid disaster, right? F***ck off. You want to cheat money from my pocket? In your next life." The young taoist wasn't angry. He shouted to the tall youth, "I hoped that everything would be prosperous this year. Who knew that there would be disaster in my life? If there is no disaster, I won't pray to the gods. If I want peace, I should burn incense. I should burn incense." Liu Xianyang suddenly turned around and ran quickly to the fortune-telling stall. He rubbed his hands and shouted, "Burn incense, right? I'll burn your stall first." The taoist was obviously frightened. After he got up, he didn't care about the stall anymore and ran away like a rat. Liu Xianyang stood beside the stall and looked at the sorry figure of the taoist. He laughed loudly and glanced at the bamboo pot on the table. He casually reached out and pushed it over. The bamboo sticks slid out of the pot and formed a fan shape on the table. Liu Xianyang pointed at the taoist who stopped in the distance. "I'll beat you up every time I see you." The young taoist cupped his fists and begged for mercy. Only then did Liu Xianyang let it go. The young taoist waited until the tall youth was far away before he dared to sit down again. He sighed. "The world is hard. People's hearts are not what they used to be. It's hard for me to make a living." At this moment, the taoist's eyes lit up. He quickly closed his eyes and said loudly, The pond is full of frogs. It's the heart that pierces the stomach. This place is called duckweed on the water. It's only suitable for the wind to move in all directions. The young boy and girl obviously heard the Taoist's words. Unfortunately, they didn't have any intention of stopping. The Taoist opened his eyes slightly. Seeing that he was about to miss out on business again, he slapped the table and raised his voice. The Zhuangyuan is a child among men. The Prime Minister is no more than a man of the world. The name of a learned man moves the city. He's proud of his spirit. Song Jisin and the servant girl Ji Qiu just continued to walk. The Taoist was disheartened. He muttered softly, "I can't live like this." The young boy turned his head without warning and threw a copper coin to the young Taoist. He smiled brightly and said, "Thank you for your auspicious word." The Taoist hurriedly caught the copper coin. He opened his palm and frowned. It was the smallest copper coin. However, the young Taoist gently placed the copper coin on the table. In the blink of an eye, an oriole landed on the table. It lowered its head and pecked at the copper coin. After that, it held the coin in its mouth and looked up at the young Taoist. The oriole's eyes were lively, no different from a human's. The Taoist said softly, "Go. It's not good to stay here." The oriole flashed and disappeared. The young Taoist looked around. Finally, his gaze stopped at the tall archway in the distance. It happened to be facing the plaque with the words Chi Chong Bul. He sighed, "What a pity." Finally, the Taoist added, "If I could sell it outside, it would be worth at least 800 taels of silver." 5. Song Jisin brought the maidservant Ji Qiu to the old pagoda tree and realized that the shade of the tree was packed with people. There were close to 50 people sitting on the benches and chairs that they had brought over from their own homes. There were also children dragging their elders over to join in the fun one after another. Song Jisin stood side by side with her at the edge of the shade and saw an old man standing under the tree with one hand holding a big white bowl and the other hand behind his back. With an impassioned expression, he said loudly, "I have talked about the general direction of the dragon vein just now, so let me talk about the real dragon. TSK, this is really amazing. About 3,000 years ago, an amazing immortal appeared in the world. He first focused on cultivating in a certain blessed land and proved the great Tao. Then, he traveled the world alone with a sword, showing off his sharpness. For some reason, this person did not get along with the flood dragons. For a whole 300 years, he killed flood dragons wherever there were flood dragons. He killed until there were no more true dragons in the world before he stopped. In the end, no one knew where he went. Some people said that he went to an extremely high place of Tao and discussed Tao with the Tao ancestor. Some also said that he went to the Buddhist kingdom in the far west to debate the scriptures with the Buddha. Some even said that he personally guarded the gate of Fengju Hell to prevent demons and monsters from harming the world. The old man spoke with spittle flying everywhere, but the people of the small town below were indifferent. Everyone was at a loss. The maidservant asked curiously in a low voice, "What is a 3-foot spirit?" Song Jisin smiled and said, "It is a sword." The maidservant said angrily, "Young master, this old man likes to show off his knowledge too much. He doesn't even speak properly." Song Jisin glanced at the old man and gloated, "There are not many people in our small town who are literate. This storyteller is throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person." The maidservant asked again, "What is a blessed land? Is there really someone in the world who can live for 300 years? And that Fengju Hell, isn't it a place where only the dead can go?" Song Jisin was stumped by the question, but he didn't want to show his cowardice, so he casually said, "It's all nonsense. I guess he's read a few unorthodox unofficial histories to fool the villagers." At this moment, Song Jisin keenly noticed that the old man had intentionally or unintentionally glanced at him. Although it was just a fleeting glance, Song Jisin still carefully caught it. However, the young man did not take it to heart and just treated it as a coincidence. The maid looked up at the old locust tree. Tiny fragments of light sprinkled down through the gaps in the leaves. She subconsciously narrowed her eyes. Song Jisin turned his head to look and was stunned. Now, this maidservant of hers had a face that was just beginning to lose her baby fat. She seemed to be very different from the thin, small, and shriveled little maidservant in her memory. According to the customs of the small town, when a woman got married, she would hire a blessed person who had both parents and children alive. She would be asked to cut the fine hair on the bride's face and cut the hair on her forehead and temples. This was called opening the face or raising the eyebrows. Song Jisin had also heard of a custom that the small town did not have from a book. Therefore, when GQ was 12 years old, he bought the town's best newly brewed wine. He took out the porcelain bottle that he had stolen. The glaze was extremely beautiful, like a green plum. After pouring the wine into it, he carefully sealed it with mud and finally buried it underground. Song Jisin suddenly opened his mouth and said, "GQ, although this fellow surnamed Chen, according to the words of our scholars, belongs to the category of rotten wood cannot be carved, the wall of dung cannot be built, no matter what, he has done something meaningful in his life." The maidservant did not answer. She lowered her eyebrows and faintly saw her eyelashes tremble slightly. Song Jisin continued, "As for Chen Pinggan, he is not a bad person, but his personality is too rigid. Whatever he does, he is stubborn. Therefore, he became a potter. This means that no matter how hard he works, he is destined to not be able to make a good item with spiritual energy. Therefore, Liu Xianyang's master, that old man Yarrow, does not like Chen Pinggan no matter what. He has his own unique insight. This is called rotten wood cannot be carved. As for the wall of dung cannot be built, the general meaning is that for a poor and pedantic person like Chen Pinggan, even if you give him a dragon robe, he will still be a country bumpkin." When Song Jisin said this, he laughed at himself and said, "I am actually more miserable than Chen Pinggan." She did not know how to comfort her young master. In this small town, Song Jisin and his maidservant had always been an important topic of conversation for the rich people of Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley. This was thanks to Song Jisin's cheap father, Lord Song. There were no important people in this small town, and there were no storms. Therefore, the pottery supervisor sent here by the imperial court was undoubtedly the kind of person in the opera books. Among the dozens of supervisors in history, the previous supervisor, Lord Song, was the most popular. Lord Song was not like the previous high and mighty officials. Not only did Lord Song not hide in his official residence to cultivate his body, he also did not refuse visitors. He was wholeheartedly studying in his study room. Instead, he personally handled the matters of the official kilns porcelain. He was more like a rural person than a craftsman or a kiln worker. In more than 10 years, this originally scholarly Lord Song's skin was tanned and shiny. His daily attire was no different from that of a farmer, and he never put on airs when interacting with people. It was a pity that the imperial porcelain made in this small town's dragon kiln, whether it was the glaze, the appearance, or the shape of the large and small pieces, was always not satisfactory. To be precise, compared to the standard of the past, Lord Song was even slightly inferior. This made the old kiln workers puzzled. In the end, perhaps the imperial court felt that the cautious and conscientious Lord Song had worked hard even if he had not made any contributions, so he was transferred back to the capital and received a good evaluation on the edict of the Ministry of Personnel. Before Lord Song returned to the capital, he spent a lot of money to build a covered bridge. Later, when they found that Lord Song did not take a certain child with him when he left the carriage, the big families in the small town suddenly understood. It could be said that Lord Song had accumulated a good relationship with the small town. In addition to the deliberate care of the current supervisor, the young Song Jisin had lived in the small town for many years without worrying about food or clothing. He was free and unfettered. As for the maidservant who was now renamed GQ, there were many different opinions about her origin. The locals who lived in Mud Bottle Alley said that on a snowy winter day, there was a girl from another place who came to beg along the road and fainted in front of Song Jisin's courtyard. If someone had not found her early, she would have gone to the King of Hell to be reincarnated. The old man who did chores at the government office had another story. He vowed that Lord Song Jisin had someone by an orphan from another place in the early years in order to find a good person for his illegitimate son, Song Jisin, to make up for the fact that they could not recognize each other as father and son. No matter what, after the maidservant was named Ji Gui by the youth, it could be said that the relationship between the two of them was confirmed. This was because all of the town's great clans and tyrants knew that Lord Song was most fond of an inkstone, which was engraved with the two words Ji Gui. Song Jisin came back to his senses and smiled brightly. I don't know why, but I think of that shameless four-legged snake. GQ, think about it. I threw it in Chen Pingan's courtyard, but it still wanted to come to our house. Tell me, do you think Chen Pingan's kennel is so shabby that even a small snake is not willing to go in? The maidservant thought seriously and replied, some things are also dependent on fate, right? Song Jisin gave her a thumbs up and said happily, that's the reason. Chen Pingan is a person who is unlucky. He should be satisfied to be alive. She didn't say anything. Song Jisin said to himself, after we leave the small town, the things in the house will be taken care of by Chen Pingan. Will this guy steal from us? The maidservant said softly, young master, it won't be that bad, right? Song Jisin smiled and said, oh, GQ, you also know the meaning of stealing from us? The maidservant blinked her limpid eyes, is it not literal? Song Jisin smiled and looked to the south, revealing a look of yearning. I heard that the collection of books in the capital is more than the flowers and trees in our small town. At this time, the storyteller said, although there are no true dragons in the world, the subordinates of the dragon, such as the flood dragon, the dragon, the snake, and so on, still live in the world, maybe. The old man deliberately kept them in suspense. Seeing that the audience was indifferent and didn't know how to support him, he could only continue, maybe it's hiding around us. The Taoist immortals call it the hidden dragon in the abyss. Song Jisin yawned. Suddenly, a locust tree leaf fell from the top of his head, verdant and glistening, and landed on the young man's forehead. Song Jisin reached out and grabbed the leaf, twisting the leaf stem with 2 fingers. The young man, who was thinking of going to the east gate to collect his debt, also saw a locust tree leaf falling in front of him when he approached the old locust tree. However, he quickened his pace, wanting to reach out and catch it. But a light breeze blew, and the leaf slipped past his hand. The straw sandals youth's body was strong and healthy. He quickly took a step to the side, wanting to intercept the leaf. However, the leaf spun in the air. The young man didn't believe it. He twisted and turned several times, but in the end, he still couldn't catch the locust tree leaf. The young man, Chen Pingan, was helpless. A young man in green who played truant from school brushed past Chen Pingan. The young man in green didn't know that a locust tree leaf had landed on his shoulder. Chen Pingan continued to go to the east gate. Even if he couldn't get the money, it was good to urge him. In the distance, at the fortune-telling stall, the young Taoist closed his eyes to rest, muttering to himself, who said that the cycle of heavenly luck has no thickness. 6. Chen Pingan came to the east gate and saw the man sitting cross-legged on a tree stump at the gate. Languid, he was basking in the early spring sun with his eyes closed, humming a little tune and patting his knees with his hands. Chen Pingan squatted beside him. For the teenager, it was really difficult to talk about collecting debts. The teenager could only quietly look at the wide road in the east. It was winding and long, like a thick yellow snake. He habitually grabbed a handful of soil, held it in his palm, and slowly rubbed it. He once followed Old Man Yarrow to climb the mountains around the town. He carried a heavy bag full of choppers, hoes, and all kinds of things. Under the guidance of the old man, they would walk and stop everywhere. Chen Pingan often needed to eat soil. He grabbed a handful of soil and directly put it in his mouth, chewing the soil and tasting it carefully. Over time, practice makes perfect. Chen Pingan only needed to grind it with his fingers to know the texture of the soil. As a result, Chen Pingan was able to tell which kiln had produced the broken porcelain shards from the old kilns in the market. He could even tell which master had made the shards. Although Old Man Yarrow's personality was eccentric and unapproachable, he would often beat and scold Chen Pingan. There was once when Old Man Yarrow despised Chen Pingan's poor perception and thought that Chen Pingan was simply an idiot. In a fit of anger, Old Man Yarrow threw Chen Pingan into the wilderness and the old man returned to the kiln alone. When the teenager walked 60 miles on the mountain road and approached the dragon kiln, it was already late at night. It was raining heavily that day. When the teenager staggered in the mud and finally saw a little light in the distance, The stubborn teenager had the urge to cry for the first time after making a living alone. But the teenager never complained about the old man, let alone bear a grudge. The teenager came from a poor family. He did not study, but he understood a truth beyond the books. In the world, except for parents, no one should be good to you. His parents, on the other hand, had passed away early. Chen Pinggan was in a daze. The sloppy man seemed to think that there was no way to get away with it. He opened his eyes and smiled. It's just 5 coins. Men are so stingy. You won't be successful in the future. Chen Pinggan's face was full of helplessness. Aren't you fussing about it? The man grinned, revealing a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth. He chuckled and said, so, if you don't want to become a bachelor like me in the future, don't think about that 5 copper coins. Chen Pinggan sighed. He raised his head and said seriously, if you're tight on money, you can forget about the 5 copper coins. But let's make a deal first. In the future, each letter will cost a copper coin. You can't go back on your word. The man with a sour smell turned his head and said with a smile, little guy, with your bad temper, you'll be in big trouble in the future. Haven't you heard of the old saying that suffering losses is a blessing? If you're not willing to suffer even a small loss. He caught a glimpse of the soil in the boy's hand and paused for a moment. He mischievously said, it's the fate of facing the yellow earth and the sky. Chen Pinggan retorted, didn't I just say that I don't want 5 copper coins? Isn't that a small loss? The man was a little deflated. He looked annoyed and waved his hand to chase him away. Go away, go away. It's so tiring to talk to you. Chen Pinggan loosened his fingers and threw away the soil. He stood up and said, the tree stump is very moist. The man raised his head and scolded with a smile, do I need you to teach me? Young people are full of young energy. You can fry pancakes on your buttocks. The man turned his head and glanced at the teenager's back. He twitched his mouth and muttered something as if he was scolding God. For some reason, Mr. Chi, the private tutor, ended his lessons early today. There was a courtyard at the back of the school. There was a small wooden door at the north side that led to the bamboo forest. Song Jisin and the maidservant were listening to a story under the old pagoda tree when they were called to play chess. Song Jisin was not very willing, but the person said that it was Mr. Chi's idea and that he wanted to see if their chess skills had improved. Song Jisin had an indescribable feeling towards Mr. Chi, who was serious in speech and manner. It could be said that he respected and feared him. Therefore, Mr. Chi personally issued this imperial edict. Song Jisin had to go, but he had to wait until the storyteller finished telling the story before going to the backyard of the school. The young man in the green shirt who helped the storyteller to pass the message had to go home first. He did not forget to remind Song Jisin not to arrive too late. He was long-winded and repeated the same old tune, saying that his master was the most particular about rules and did not like people to go back on their words, and so on. At that time, Song Jisin picked his ears and patiently said that he understood. When Song Jisin brought GQ to the backyard of the school, a cool breeze was blowing. The gentle young man in the green shirt was already sitting on a stool on the south side as usual. He sat upright and still. Song Jisin sat opposite the young man in the green shirt, facing the south. Mr. Chi sat on the west side and always watched the chess game without saying anything. GQ, the maidservant, would go for a walk in the bamboo forest every time her young master played chess with others, so as not to disturb the 3 scholars. Today was no exception. In a small town in a remote corner, there were no so-called scholarly families, so scholars could be said to be rare. According to the old rules set by Mr. Chi, Song Jisin and the young man in the green shirt had to guess the stones, and the black player would go first. Song Jisin and the person in front of him of the same age started learning chess almost at the same time. However, Song Jisin was talented and smart, and his chess skills improved rapidly. Therefore, Mr. Chi, who taught the 2 of them chess skills, regarded him as a master. When they guessed who would go first, Song Jisin would first take out a handful of white stones from the chess box. The number of white stones varied, and he did not show it to others. The young man in the green shirt then took out 1 or 2 black stones. If he guessed the white stones correctly, he could take the black player first, which gave him the advantage of going first. In the first 2 years of playing chess, Song Jisin did not lose once, no matter if he took the white player first or the black player first. However, Song Jisin was not very interested in playing chess, so he did not play much. On the other hand, the young man in the green shirt, who was not as talented, was not only a village school student, but also a page boy. He spent time with Mr. Chi day and night. Even if he only watched Mr. Chi sit on the side and play chess, he still benefited a lot. Therefore, the young man in the green shirt could occasionally win by luck when he played the black player. Now, as long as he played the black player, he could win the game on par with Song Jisin. The improvement of his chess skills was obvious. Mr. Chi did not say a word about this kind of change. He just stood by and watched. Song Jisin was just about to grab a chess piece when Mr. Chi suddenly said, "Today, you two will play a game of chess. Take the white player first." The two young men were confused. They did not know what chess was. Mr. Chi spoke slowly. After carefully explaining the rules, it was not complicated. He just put down the black and white stones on the 4-star positions. The middle-aged man's movements were skillful and smooth, which was pleasing to the eyes. The young man in the green shirt, who usually liked to abide by the rules, was stunned after hearing the bad news. He looked at the chessboard in a daze and finally said carefully, "Sir, in this way, it seems that many of the fixed positions are not used." Song Jisin frowned and thought for a moment. Soon, his eyes lit up and his eyebrows relaxed. He said, "The chessboard layout has become smaller." Then, Song Jisin looked up and asked with a smile, "Is that right, Mr. Chi?" The middle-aged Confucian nodded and said, "Indeed." Song Jisin raised his eyebrows at his peer opposite him and asked with a smile, "Do you want to give him the first 2 moves? Otherwise, this guy will definitely lose." The young man's face immediately flushed red, and he stammered. He knew very well that the reason for his increasing number of victories, other than the increase in his chess skills, was because of Song Jisin. These 2 years, he had become more and more absent-minded when playing chess, to the point that he had grown tired of it. Song Jisin even deliberately went easy on him in many winning games, or made the first move. Even though he clearly had the upper hand, when it came to the mid-game, Song Jisin would deliberately take risks in order to kill the dragon. When it came to playing chess, the talented Song Jisin's first choice was whether it was fun or not. For the young man in the green shirt, from the first time he put a piece on the chessboard, he was obsessed with winning or losing. Mr. Chi looked at his disciple and said, "You can take the white player first." Then, the young man in the green shirt placed his pieces slowly and carefully. Song Jisin still placed his pieces as if they were flying. He made big moves and closed them. The temperaments of the two sides were worlds apart. In just over 80 moves, the young man in the green shirt lost completely. He lowered his head and pursed his lips tightly. Song Jisin put his elbows on the table and held his cheeks. He gently tapped the stone table with 2 fingers and stared at the chessboard. According to Mr. Chi's rules, when 2 sides played chess, one could only admit defeat without saying the words "I lost." No matter how unwilling the young man in the green shirt was, he still slowly placed his pieces. Mr. Chi told his disciple, "Go practice your calligraphy. Don't clean up the mess. Write 300 Yong characters." The young man in the green shirt quickly got up and bowed respectfully to leave. After the young man's figure disappeared, Song Jisin asked softly, "Are you leaving too?" The elegant scholar with white hair nodded and said, "I will leave in 10 days. Song Jisin smiled and said, "That's good. I can see you off." The teacher hesitated for a moment and finally said, "You don't have to see me off. Song Jisin, when you go out of town in the future, remember not to be too ostentatious. I don't have anything else with me. You can take the 3 elementary books, primary school, rites and music, and meditation. You have to know that if you read them 100 times, you will understand their meaning. If you can read more than 10,000 books, you will be able to write like a god. You will know the true meaning of these books in the future. As for the 3 miscellaneous books, Essence, Peach and Plum, and Mountain and Sea Strategy, you can read them in your spare time. They are also good for your mood." Song Jisin was surprised and a little embarrassed. He bravely said, "You seem to be entrusting me. I'm not used to it." Mr. Chi smiled and said softly, "It's not as exaggerated as you say. It's a small world. We will meet again someday. When this teacher smiled, it was like a spring breeze. He suddenly said, "Go to Zhao Yao's place and say goodbye in advance." Song Jisin stood up and smiled. "Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you to clean up the chessboard." The teenager ran away happily. The middle-aged Confucian bent down to pick up the chess pieces. It seemed to be messy and disorderly, but in fact, it was black first and then white. He picked up the last black chess piece that Song Jisin put down and pushed it back in order without missing a single piece. The maidservant Ji Qiu had returned from the bamboo forest. She stood outside the wooden door and did not set foot in the yard. He did not turn his head and said in a low voice, "Take care of yourself." The girl who grew up in Mud Bottle Alley had a confused look on her face. She was weak and timid, delicate and pitiful. The gentle and elegant Confucian faintly showed a hint of anger and slowly turned his head to look at her. His eyes were cold. The girl was still in a daze. She was innocent. The middle-aged scholar stood up. He looked at the young girl and sneered, "Bastard. Traitor." The girl slowly withdrew the innocent look on her face. Her eyes gradually became cold, and a sarcastic smile hung on the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be saying, "What can you do to me?" She looked straight into the Confucian's eyes. Inside and outside the small yard, there seemed to be a pair of pythons confronting each other. The two looked at each other as enemies. In the distance, Song Jisin shouted loudly, "Ji Qiu, go home." The girl immediately stood on tiptoe and obediently replied, "Yes, young master." She pushed open the wooden door and trotted past the teacher. After running a few steps, she did not forget to turn around and curtsied to the back of the teacher. Her voice was graceful and pleasant. "Teacher, Ji Qiu will leave first." After a long time, the Confucian sighed. The spring breeze was warm, and the bamboo leaves swayed. It was like the sound of a book being turned. The young Taoist with a lotus crown on his head cleaned up the stall and sighed. The familiar townspeople asked him the reason, but he just shook his head and did not answer. The last newly married woman, who had once been here to calculate her marriage, passed by this place. When she saw the young Daoist's abnormal behavior, she shyly stopped in her tracks. Her voice was soft as she asked a question. However, her watery eyes, which could speak, lingered on the young Daoist's handsome face. The young Daoist glanced at the woman without showing any expression. He looked down and saw a bulging view. Then, the Daoist swallowed his saliva and said a mysterious divination, "Today, this poor Daoist has made a fortune for himself. A bad fortune, a great misfortune." 7. There was a well in Apricot Blossom Lane called the Iron Lock Well. An iron chain as thick as a young man's arm hung in the mouth of the well year after year. No one knew when this well had this iron lock, or who did this senseless and strange thing. Nobody knew the truth. Even the oldest old man in the small town couldn't tell the truth. It was rumored that there was once a busybody in the small town who tried to test the length of the iron chain. Despite the advice of the elders, the man did not take the old rule of the person who pulls the iron chain out of the well will lose a year of his life for every foot he pulls out seriously. In the end, after pulling with all his strength for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he pulled out a bunch of iron chains, but there was still no sign of the end. The man was already exhausted, so he let the iron chains out of the well curl around the wheels of the well. He said that he would come back tomorrow, but he did not believe it. After the man returned home, he bled from his 7 orifices and died on the bed. No matter how hard his family tried, the corpse could not close his eyes. In the end, an old man who had lived near the well for generations asked the family to carry the corpse to the well. He watched the old man put the iron chains back into the well. When the whole iron chain went straight back into the deep water of the well, the corpse finally closed his eyes. The old man and the young man walked slowly to the iron lock well. The little guy was a child with 2 snot worms, but when he told the story, he spoke clearly and methodically. He did not look like a country boy who had just started school for half a year. At this time, the child was looking up. His big eyes were like 2 black grapes. He sniffed gently and the 2 snot snakes shrank back. The child looked at the storyteller who was holding a big white bowl in one hand and said, "I've finished." You should show me what's in your bowl, right? The old man laughed and said, Don't worry, I'll show you to your heart's content when we get to the well and sit down. The child kindly reminded him, Don't go back on your words, or you'll die a horrible death. You'll fall into the iron lock well when you get there. I won't pick up your body for you. Otherwise, there will be a sudden thunder and you'll be struck into a piece of coal. I'll take a stone and break it bit by bit. The old man felt a headache when he heard the child spilling the beans from a bamboo tube. He hurriedly said, I'll definitely show it to you. By the way, who did you learn these words from? The child said firmly, From my mother. The old man sighed, It's worthy of being called a place with outstanding talents. The child suddenly stopped and frowned. Are you scolding people? I know some people like to say the opposite of good words, such as song jisin. The old man quickly denied and then changed the topic. Do some strange things often happen in the town? The child nodded. The old man asked, Tell me about it. The child pointed at the old man and said seriously, For example, you carried a big white bowl and refused to let people put copper coins in it. Before you finished your story, my mother said that your story was not bad. You were so confused that she could tell that you were used to swindling people. So she asked me to give you a few copper coins, but you didn't want it. What's in the bowl? The old man did not know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that the storyteller who had finished telling the story under the old pagoda tree asked the child to lead him to the well in Apricot Blossom Lane. The child was not willing at first, so the old man said that his big white bowl was very particular and that it contained something very rare. That child was naturally lively and active. His parents said that he had forgotten to grow his buttocks when he was reincarnated. Since he was very young, he liked to follow Liu Xianyang and his group of libertines to wander around. However, in order to catch an eel or a loach, this little wimpy kid would be exposed to the sun for an hour without moving. His patience was astonishing. Therefore, when the old man said what was in the white bowl, the child immediately took the bait. Even when the old man made a strange request at the beginning, saying that he wanted to try to lift him to see how heavy he was and whether he weighed 40 pounds, the child nodded without hesitation. After all, he would not lose a piece of meat if he was lifted a few times. However, something that made the child roll his eyes again and again happened. The old man, who was holding the bowl in his left hand, used his right hand to lift the child up 5 or 6 times, but he failed to lift the child up even once. In the end, the child glanced at the old man's thin arms and legs and shook his head. He thought to himself that although they were both skinny, Chen Pingan, that pauper, was much stronger than this old man. However, thinking that he had not seen what was in the white bowl, he restrained himself from saying something that would embarrass the old man. It should be known that in Clay Bottle Lane and Apricot Blossom Lane, when it came to quarreling and swearing, especially when it came to sarcastic words, this child could be ranked third. The second was Scholar Song Jisin, and the first was the child's mother. The old man came to the well, but did not sit on the well. The ancient well was built with black bricks. Unconsciously, the old man's breathing became heavy. The child walked to the well with his back facing the well. He jumped back and sat on the well. This scene made the old man break out in a cold sweat. If he was not careful, the little brat would fall directly into the well. With the history of this ancient well, it would be difficult to collect his corpse. The old man slowly walked a few steps forward, squinted, and bent over to examine the iron lock. One end was tied to the bottom of the well wheel. Feng Shui scenic spot, the best in the first continent. The old man looked around with mixed feelings. He thought to himself, I wonder who will get this treasure in the end. The old man stretched out his free left hand and stared at his palm. The lines on his palm were mottled and complicated. However, a brand new line appeared and was slowly extending, like a crack in porcelain. Immortals looked at their palms as if they were looking at mountains and rivers. However, this old man was only looking at himself at the moment. The old man frowned and exclaimed, It's only been half a day, and it's already so bleak. Wouldn't those people be? The child was already standing on the well with one hand on his waist and the other pointing at the old man. He urged loudly, Are you going to show me the white bowl or not? The old man said helplessly, Come down quickly, come down quickly. I'll show you the big white bowl right now. The child was skeptical, but in the end, he still jumped into the well. The old man hesitated for a moment and said with a solemn expression, "Little kid, you and I are fated. It's okay to show you the mystery of this bowl, but after you see it, you're not allowed to mention it to anyone, not even your mother. If you can do it, I'll show you. If you can't, I won't show you even if you're criticized behind my back." The child blinked his eyes. "Let's begin." The old man walked to the side of the well solemnly. When he looked down, he found that the brat was sitting on the well with his legs spread apart. The old man regretted provoking this lawless little kid. The old man put away his distracting thoughts and faced the well. His 5 fingers grabbed the bottom of the big white bowl and his palm began to tilt slightly, almost imperceptibly. The child felt that he had been waiting for a long time, but the white bowl above his head didn't move at all. The old man also maintained the same posture. Just as the child's 2 slugs were about to hang on his mouth and his patience ran out, a stream of water as thick as a finger poured out of the white bowl and fell into the depths of the well silently. The child bared his teeth and was about to curse. He suddenly closed his mouth in surprise. A moment later, the child's face changed from shock to confusion. Then, the child began to feel fear. He suddenly came back to his senses and jumped into the well to escape to his home. It turned out that the amount of water the old man poured into the well with the white bowl was already more than a large water tank. However, there was still water pouring out of the white bowl. The child felt that he must have seen a ghost during the day. Liu Xianyang casually broke off a budding branch from the side of the road and began to practice his swordsmanship. His whole body was like a rolling wheel, madly spinning. He didn't care about the new pair of boots on his feet at all. The tall youth left the small town and walked from north to south. As long as he walked past the covered bridge that official Song paid for, he would reach the blacksmith shop opened by the father and daughter of the Ron family after another 3 or 4 Li. Liu Xianyang had always been proud and arrogant, but Master Ron only needed to say one sentence to make the youth prostrate himself in admiration. "We came here only to open the furnace and forge a sword." Forging a sword was good. When Liu Xianyang thought that he would have a real sword in the future, he couldn't help but become excited. He threw away the branch and began to run and shout, wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. Liu Xianyang thought of the few boxing stances that Master Ron had taught him in private and began to practice. He was quite good at it, vigorous and vigorous. The youth was getting closer and closer to the covered bridge. On the stairs at the north end of the covered bridge sat 4 people. A graceful and plump woman held a boy in a red robe in her arms. His chin was raised high, like a general who had just won a great victory. At the other end of the stairs sat a tall old man with a head full of frost. Beside him, the old man was quietly comforting a fuming little girl. She was as fair as carved jade, like the world's most exquisite porcelain doll. Her tender skin was crystal clear under the sunlight, to the point where one could clearly see the veins under her skin. The 2 children had just finished quarreling. The little girl was about to cry, and the little boy was even more pleased. The old man was tall and sturdy, like a small mountain. The woman beside him gave him an apologetic look, but the dignified old man ignored it. At the bottom of the stairs stood a young man with the surname Liu. He was the eldest grandson of the Liu family head, named Liu Zhengchun. Perhaps it was true that a place could raise a person. People born and raised in a small town were always better looking than men and women from other places. However, Liu Zhengchun had long been hollowed out by wine and women. In the eyes of the 4 people sitting on the stairs, he was even more unbearable to look at. The dragon kilns owned by the Liu family, whether it was the number or the scale, were the best in the small town. It was also the family name with the most descendants who left the small town and went to other places to spread their leaves. However, Liu Zhengchun, who used to be awe-inspiring in the small town, had a reserved expression. His face was pale, and his entire body was tense. It was as if the slightest mistake would cause his entire family to be executed. The boy spoke in a language that the people of the small town did not understand. "Mother, this little bug surnamed Liu, is his ancestor really that?" When he was about to say his name, the woman immediately covered the child's mouth. "Before you left, how many times did your father tell you that in this place, you can't rashly mention names?" The boy pushed the woman's hand away, his eyes burning. He lowered his voice and asked, "His family really passed down the treasured armor and sword manual for generations?" The woman dotingly stroked the head of her young son and softly said, "The Liu family used half of the family tree to guarantee that the two things are still hidden in that young man's house." The boy suddenly acted like a spoiled child and said, "Mother, mother, can we exchange treasures with Xiaobai's family? The treasured armor we planned was too ugly. Mother, think about it, if we exchange it for that sword manual, we can take the head in the dream with a flying sword. It's really secretive. Isn't it much more powerful than a turtle shell?" Without waiting for the woman to explain the reason, the girl next to her angrily said, "You want to get your hands on our long-lost treasures? This time, we came here to return the treasures to their rightful owners. We are not like some shameless guys who are robbers, thieves, or even beggars." The boy turned his head and made a face, then sneered, "Stinky girl, you said it yourself, it's the treasures of the mountain. It's just the seniority of the sect, so what?" The boy's playful expression suddenly changed. After standing up from the woman's arms, he looked down at the little girl pitifully like a teacher reprimanding a childish child. The great path leads to immortality, and doing things against the heavens is only about fighting for words. If you don't even understand this, how can you inherit the family business in the future and abide by the ancestral teachings? The descendants of Zhengyang Mountain must raise Zhengyang Mountain by at least 300 meters every 30 years. Stinky girl, do you think it's easy for your grandfather to your father? The little girl lost her momentum. She looked dispirited and lowered her head, not daring to look at the boy. The burly old man with a head full of frost said in a deep voice, "Madam, although children's words carry no harm, you should consider the consequences if you cause my young master's Tao heart to be clouded." The woman smiled charmingly and pulled her gloomy young son back into her arms again. She said with a hidden needle in her silk floss, "It's just a quarrel between children. Senior ape, you don't have to be so uptight. Don't ruin the 1,000-year friendship between our two families." She did not expect the old man to be so hot-tempered. He directly retorted, "Zhengyang Mountain has been established for 2,600 years. We will repay kindness with kindness. We will not forget it even after 1,000 years. We will repay grudges with grudges. We will never hold a grudge." The woman smiled. She did not argue because of her personal feelings. Everyone had a heavy responsibility on this trip to the small town, especially her. She had risked her life, her son's future, and the heritage of her family. She had put all her eggs in one basket for this grand gamble. Although the woman was dressed plainly, she had a graceful bearing. However, the people of the small town had not seen the world and did not know the intricacies behind this. From the beginning to the end, Lu Zhengchun had his back to the stairs of the covered bridge. When he first met these distinguished guests in the Lu family's mansion, his own brother was young and impetuous. He did not have enough self-control, so he temporarily forgot his grandfather's warning. He could not help but sneak a glance at the beautiful woman's chest. His grandfather, who was trembling with anger, ordered people to drag him away and beat him to death in the courtyard. It was as if his mouth was stuffed with cotton during the execution. Therefore, Lu Zhengchun, who continued to discuss matters with his grandfather in the main hall, did not hear his brother's miserable wails or see the bloody scene. When the discussion was over, they went out to search for the young man surnamed Liu. Lu Zhengchun only discovered that the bloodstains in the courtyard had already been cleaned up when he stepped out of the main hall. The four guests who had come from afar, even the pair of children who looked like a golden couple, were not surprised by this at all. It was as if this was a matter of course. At that moment, Lu Zhengchun was rather lost. Why did it seem that the death of a person was even worse than the death of a dog? Moreover, that person's surname was Lu. Late last night, when he was drinking with his brother to boost his courage, he was incomparably excited. He said that in the future, he would definitely achieve meteoric success and bring glory to the family. The two brothers would no longer be frogs at the bottom of the well, and would work together to create a world for themselves. Even after walking out of the Lu family's mansion, Lu Zhengchun's mind was still blank. After that, Lu Zhengchun began to feel fear. When strangers asked him questions, his voice would tremble. When he led the way, His steps would become erratic. He knew that he would be a laughingstock, would disappoint his grandfather, and would bring shame to the family. However, the young man could not control his fear. It was as if a chill was seeping out of his body from his bones. At the end of last year, his grandfather had brought him and his brother into a secret room and told them that the Liu family would soon be working for a certain noble. It was a great blessing, and they had to be careful. If they succeeded, the Liu family would turn the reward into a stepping stone to nurture the two brothers. As long as the noble was willing to nod his head, then in the future, a bright road would appear beneath their feet. They would rise rapidly, and in the end, obtain unimaginable glory and wealth. At that time, he finally understood why he and his brother had to learn so many strange dialects from a young age. Lu Zhengchun looked at Liu Yangxian, who was getting closer and closer to the covered bridge. He suddenly felt an incomparable hatred for this person. This was the poor bastard that he had once led people to block in the alley, lying on the ground like a dead dog. If it wasn't for a certain little bastard running to the alley and shouting that someone was dead, he and his buddies would have followed the agreement to take off their pants and rain on the head of the unappreciative youth on the ground. Until now, Lu Zhengchun still did not understand why these high and mighty nobles would look at Liu Xianyang in a different light. As for their so-called treasured armor, sword manuals, Zhengyang Mountain, the road to immortality, and fighting for opportunities and luck, Lu Zhengchun seemed to understand all of it, but in reality, he did not understand any of it. But Lu Zhengchun was very sure of one thing, and that was that he desperately wanted Liu Xianyang to die here. As for the real reason, Lu Zhengchun did not dare to admit it, nor did he want to think about it. In the depths of his heart, Lu Zhengchun absolutely did not want the lowly dog Liu Xianyang to see him, the young master of the Liu family who had lived a luxurious life, reduced to the same state as him. There was nothing more humiliating than this. The beautiful woman looked at him and murmured, "He's here." The tall young man punched all the way. Later, his punches became faster and faster, so much so that the young man's body was wrapped in the momentum of the punches, and he staggered a little. In the eyes of experts, the embryonic fist intent had already revealed a trace of great success in combining hardness and gentleness. On the path of martial arts fist techniques, there was a saying that went, "If you don't understand the fist intent, you'll be a layman for 100 years. Once you understand the fist intent, you'll be able to fight ghosts and gods for 10 years. The beautiful woman was relieved. Sure enough, this young man surnamed Liu was the person they were looking for. He was indeed talented. Even in those immortal mansions, his foundation and aptitude could not be underestimated. Of course, in the vast world of the beautiful woman and the burly white-haired old man, the most common people were this kind of people. The beautiful woman stood up and ordered Lu Zhengchun, who was at the bottom of the steps, "Go and tell that young man, ask him what he wants in order to be willing to take out the 2 family heirlooms, the armor and the book." When Lu Zhengchun turned around, he had already lowered his head and bowed. He also used a dialect that the people of the small town absolutely heard, and replied, "Yes, madam." The woman said indifferently, "Remember, when you talk to that young man, you have to be pleasant and pay attention to propriety." The young man stretched out his finger, looked down at him, and said sternly, "If you spoil the big thing, I'll peel your skin and pull out your tendons. Then I'll refine your soul into a wick. I'll make you wish you were dead every moment before the lamp goes out." Lu Zhengchun was so scared that he quivered. He bent down even more and said in panic, "I won't spoil the matter." The little girl finally felt that she had won back some ground. She sneered and said, "In front of these ordinary people, you're full of prestige. I don't know who was called a bastard on the way here, but he didn't dare to fight back." The burly old man actually had a bad impression of the snobbish mother and son from the beginning, so he added, "Miss, you're wrong. It's not that he didn't dare to fight back, he clearly didn't dare to talk back." The young man in a bright red robe gritted his teeth and stared at the little girl. His face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything ruthless. In the end, he revealed a bright smile. The woman's gaze was always on the road in front of her, and her face was calm. As for whether she had a grudge or not, only God knew. The little girl snorted and ran down the steps. She squatted by the stream and looked down at the fish swimming in the water. Occasionally, schools of carps would swim by in her sight. The numbers varied, and there were both red and green ones. Some old people in the small town chatted under the old locust tree. They often said that when they passed by the covered bridge in a thunderstorm, they had seen a golden carp swimming out from under the bridge. However, some old people said that the carp with golden scales was only the size of a palm. Some people said that the strange carp was very big, at least half the size of a person, and was almost a spirit. There were different opinions, and the old people argued. As a result, none of the children who listened to the story were willing to take it seriously. At this moment, the little girl stared at the clear stream. She rested her cheeks on her hands and stared at it without blinking. The white-haired old man squatted beside her and chuckled softly. "Miss, if the Lu family didn't lie, this great opportunity has already fallen into someone else's pocket." The little girl turned her head and grinned. Grandpa Ape, there might be two of them. Thus, she revealed a comical scene of her missing front tooth. The little girl quickly realized this and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hands. The old man held back his laughter and explained, "The flood dragons that haven't crossed the river are most particular about dividing their territory. They don't allow their own kind to get close." "So?" The little girl made a no sound. After turning her head again, she rested her cheeks on her hands and stared blankly. She muttered, "What if there is?" The old man, who had always been kind to the little girl, revealed a dignified expression for the first time. He reached out and pressed the little girl's head gently. He said in a deep voice, "Miss, you must remember that the word what if is the #1 enemy of our generation. You can't rely on luck. Miss, although you're a noble." The little girl pulled out a hand and waved it vigorously. She complained cutely, I know, Grandpa Ape. My ears are going to grow calluses." The old man said, "Miss, I'll go and keep an eye on the situation over there. Although the other party is our ally on the surface of Xinjiang Mountain, the nature and conduct of that big family. It's better not to mention it. I don't want to dirty Miss Ears." She only waved her hand to chase him away. He could only leave helplessly. This burly old man, who seemed to be a servant, had his hands on his knees. When he walked, his back was slightly hunched, as if he was carrying a heavy burden. The little girl by the shore suddenly rubbed her eyes hard. She discovered that the water level in the stream was clearly beginning to rise slowly. It was visible to the naked eye. If this was outside the town, such as Xinjiang Mountain or anywhere else in her hometown, she would not be surprised even if the entire stream dried up instantly. The little girl asked in confusion, "Isn't it said that all mystic techniques, divine abilities, and Daoist techniques are naturally sealed here? Also, the higher the cultivation, the more severe the backlash?" Grandpa Ape said that even if it's that legendary person, after staying here for a long time, he's almost like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. It's very difficult to truly stop anyone from fighting over it. She shook her head in the end. She could not be bothered to think about this puzzle anymore. The little girl turned her head and looked at Grandpa Ape's tall back. She thought happily. After this place was completely unsealed, she would ask Grandpa Ape to move away the mountain called Cloud-Splitting Mountain. She would bring it back to her hometown and use it as her little flower garden. 8. After Chen Pingan returned to the courtyard, his eyelids kept twitching. His left eye twitched for fortune, and his right eye twitched for disaster. Thus, Chen Pingan sat on the threshold and began to imagine himself pulling blanks with his hands in the air. Soon, the straw sandals youth entered a state of selflessness. Being diligent was one thing, but it was also very important to be able to withstand hunger. Thus, Chen Pingan developed the habit of pulling blanks whenever he had something on his mind. When it came to porcelain, the most important thing was the will of the heavens. Before the kiln was opened, no one knew whether the glaze color and shape of the porcelain would suit the person's taste. They could only leave it to the will of the heavens. However, pulling blanks was undoubtedly the most important thing before the kiln was opened. However, Chen Pingan's aptitude was considered poor by Old Man Yarrow, so he mostly did manual labor. Chen Pingan could only observe carefully from the side. Then, he would practice the clay and pull blanks himself to find the right feeling. In the courtyard next door, there was the sound of the wooden door being pushed open. It turned out that Song Jisin had returned from the school with his maidservant GQ. The handsome youth sprinted and easily jumped over the low wall. After squatting down, he opened his hands. They were all fingernail-sized stones of various colors, such as mutton fat, pea green, white lotus, and so on. These worthless stones of different sizes could be seen everywhere in the small town. Among them, there was a bright red stone that looked like it was soaked in chicken blood. It was the most popular. In the school, Mr. Chi had carved a seal for his disciple, Zhao Yao. Song Jisin felt that it was quite interesting. Several times, he wanted to exchange something with the guy, but the guy refused. Song Jisin threw a stone. It wasn't heavy, but it hit Chen Pingan's chest. The latter was indifferent. He threw again. This time, it hit the straw sandals youth's forehead. Chen Pingan still didn't move. Song Jisin wasn't surprised. He threw 7 or 8 stones one after another. Although Song Jisin wanted to distract Chen Pingan with pain, he still didn't directly hit Chen Pingan's arms and fingers. This was because Song Jisin felt that this would be an unfair victory. After Song Jisin finished throwing the stones, he clapped his hands. Chen Pingan let out a long breath and shook his wrist. He completely ignored Song Jisin. After thinking for a while, he lowered his head and made a gesture of holding a carving knife with his left hand. Among the old kill craftsmen in the small town, the jumping knife technique was not a unique skill. However, no matter who saw old Yarrow's jumping knife technique, they would give him a thumbs up. Old Yarrow had taken in a few disciples, but none of them could satisfy the old man. Only when it came to Liu Xianyang did he feel that he had found someone who could inherit his legacy. In the past, whenever Liu Xianyang was practicing, Chen Pingan would squat at the side and stare at him as long as he had nothing to do. Liu Xianyang cared about his reputation the most. He only knew that Chen Pingan was a tight-lipped person, so he often used old Yarrow's secret incantations to intimidate him. For example, if you want your saber to move steadily, your hands must not be inflexible and steady. In the end, you must have a steady heart. However, when Chen Pingan asked him what it meant to have a steady heart, Liu Xianyang was at a loss. Song Jisin watched for a while and felt that it was boring, so he jumped down the wall and entered the room. The maidservant GQ stood by the wall. If she did not stand on her tiptoes, half of her face would be exposed. Even so, he could faintly see that the girl was a beauty. She thought for a while and stood on her tiptoes. Her gaze fell on the poor youth's surroundings. Finally, she found 2 stones on the ground that she liked. One was scarlet and clear, while the other was snow-white and glossy. They were the stones that her young master had thrown away. She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice and said timidly, "Chen Pingan, can you help me pick up those 2 stones? I like them." Chen Pingan slowly raised his head. His hands did not stop moving and were still very steady. His eyes indicated that she should wait for a moment. GQ smiled sweetly, like the first green sprout on a branch in spring. It was extremely beautiful. However, the youth had already lowered his head, so he missed this moving scene. The corners of her mouth curled up. Her eyes were overflowing with light, as if there was a tiny living creature leisurely swimming in them. When Chen Pingan stopped what he was doing and asked which 2 stones it was, the maidservant GQ's eyes returned to normal. They were as soft as spring mud after the rain. Chen Pingan followed her finger and picked up the 2 stones. He walked to the wall. As soon as she raised her hand, the straw sandals youth had already placed the stones on the wall. She picked up the 2 stones and held them tightly in her palm. If someone deliberately searched for this item, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would be difficult to find one even in 10 years. Even if the fated person did not have the intention, it would be like a piece of junk that could be found on the street. It would be easy to obtain it. It all depended on one's mood. Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "Aren't you afraid that a slug will block your door and curse you for a long time?" She did not admit that her young master stole other people's things, but she did not have the face to deny the truth. She just smiled and did not speak. A mother and son lived in Mud Bottle Alley. Their cursing skills were unrivaled in the small town. Only Song Jisin could exchange blows with them. The child was especially naughty. He had 2 slugs hanging from his nose all year round. He liked to go to the stream to catch fish and collect stones. The fish he caught were kept in a large water tank, and the stones were piled up next to the tank. Song Jisin liked to provoke this little troublemaker. Every now and then, he would go and steal a few stones. It was not obvious for a day or two, but Song Jisin often took them away. Once the child confirmed that he had lost something, he would explode like a little wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. He could curse outside the courtyard for 2 hours, but his mother never stopped him. Instead, she would try her best to fan the flames. She deliberately exposed the fact that Song Jisin was the illegitimate son of the former manufacturing supervisor. There were several times that Song Jisin was so angry that he gritted his teeth and almost went out to fight with the wooden stool. The maidservant, Ji Kyu, had to persuade him in every possible way to stop him. Suddenly, a sharp voice sounded, Song Jisin, come and catch them in the act. Your maidservant and Chen Pinggan are flirting with each other. It's obvious that they are hooking up. If you don't control your maidservant, she might climb over the wall and knock on Chen Pinggan's door tonight. Come out quickly. TSK. Chen Pinggan's hand is touching that little girl's face. You didn't see it, but Chen Pinggan's smile is disgusting. Song Jisin didn't show his face at all. He directly shouted from inside the house, this is nothing. Last night, I saw Chen Pinggan and your mother pulling and pulling. After I saw it, Chen Pinggan pulled his claws out of your mother's collar with all his strength. This is also your mother's fault. Her breasts are really too magnificent and full. Poor Chen Pinggan is so tired that his head is covered in sweat. In the alley, someone fiercely kicked Song Jisin's courtyard door and angrily said, Song Jisin, come out and fight one-on-one. If you lose, you will give GQ to me as a maidservant. She will feed me, make my bed, and wash my feet every day. If I lose, I will give you Chen Pinggan as an odd job worker. How about it? I'm just asking if you dare. Anyway, whoever doesn't dare is a coward. Inside the house, Song Jisin languid said, go away. Your father, I, looked at the almanac. Today is not a good day to beat my son. You can, consider yourself lucky. The child outside the house banged on the door. GQ, it's so depressing for you to follow such a cowardly young master. You should just elope with Liu Xianyang. Anyway, the way that blockhead looks at you is as if he wants to eat you. The maidservant, GQ, turned and walked into the house. Inside the house, Song Jisin was carefully wiping an emerald green gourd. It was an old object of unknown age. It was also one of the family properties that official Song had left behind. Song Jisin didn't pay much attention to it at first. Later, he accidentally discovered that every time there was a thunderstorm, the gourd would make a buzzing sound. However, after Song Jisin removed the lid, no matter how he swung and shook it, nothing slipped out. He poured water and sand into it, but it was still water and sand. Not a bit more, not a bit less. Song Jisin was really at his wits' end. In addition, there was one time when Song Jisin was annoyed by Ji Yukan's shrewish mother, who kept calling him an illegitimate son who had no father to raise him. Song Jisin took a knife and hacked at the gourd. The result made the youth flabbergasted. The blade of the knife had been turned over, but the gourd was still intact. There wasn't a single mark left on it. In a letter that Song Jisin had burned in his early years, it wrote, the gold, silver, and copper coins that have been moved to the small courtyard by the government office will ensure that you, master and servant, will not have to worry about food and clothing. When you have free time, you can search for some antiques that you like. Although the town is small, coarse grain can nourish the stomach, books can nourish the qi, scenery can nourish the eyes, and solitude can nourish the heart. From today onwards, do your best and leave the rest to fate. A hidden dragon in the abyss will definitely be rewarded in the future. Although Song Jisin resented that man, if he didn't spend his money, he would be struck by lightning. In a small town with simple folk customs, it was very difficult to be extravagant. After so many years, Song Jisin really liked the business of collecting junk. A large vermilion lacquer chest was filled with unconventional things like emerald green gourds. However, Song Jisin had a mysterious intuition. In the large chest, there were all kinds of things. There were more than 30 items, and this gourd was the most valuable. Next was a rusty purple gold bell. When it was shaken, he could clearly see the hammer hitting the inner wall. It should have made a crisp sound, but it was silent. This made Song Jisin's hair stand on end, but he also felt amazed. Finally, there was a simple teapot signed with the word mandrill. As for the other items, Song Jisin didn't like them very much. It couldn't be called love at first sight. The child named Ji-Yu-kan stood outside the door, cursing loudly. He was full of energy. Not long after, the cursing stopped abruptly. Then Chen Pinggan saw the guy suddenly push open the door of his courtyard. His face was full of panic. After locking the door, he squatted by the door and kept winking at him, asking him to squat beside him. Chen Pinggan didn't know the reason, but he ran to the child's side like a cat. After squatting down, he asked softly, "Ji-Yu-kan, what are you doing? Did you make your mother angry again?" The child sniffed hard and said in a low voice, "Chen Pinggan, let me tell you. I just met a strange person." The white bowl in his hand could keep pouring water. "Look, it's only such a small bowl. I saw him pour water for 2 hours with my own eyes. When that guy passed by our clay bottle alley, he seemed to have stopped. Could it be that he saw me? Oh no, oh no." The child gestured the size of the white bowl with his hands, then patted his chest and said with emotion, "It really scared Song Jisin's father to death." Chen Pinggan asked, "You mean the storyteller under the locust tree?" The child nodded hard. "Yes, the old man didn't have much strength. He couldn't even lift me. But that broken bowl was really scary, very scary." The child suddenly grabbed Chen Pinggan's arm. "Chen Pinggan, I really didn't lie to you this time. I can swear that if I lie to you, Song Jisin will die a horrible death." Chen Pinggan raised a finger and made a shushing gesture. The child immediately shut up. There was a sound of footsteps outside the door. It gradually sounded and gradually fell. Everything had its vanquisher. The child who was originally not afraid of anything sat on the ground and reached out to wipe his face. His face was pale. It was obvious that this snotty Ji-Yu-kan was really scared half to death. The child suddenly asked, "Chen Pinggan, that guy didn't go to my house, did he? What should we do?" Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "I'll accompany you and go to your house to take a look." The child was probably waiting for Chen Pinggan's words. He suddenly stood up and sat down dejectedly. With a sad face, he said, "Chen Pinggan, my legs are weak and I can't walk." Chen Pinggan stood up and bent down to grab the child's collar. He carried the child with one hand and opened the door with the other, then walked out of the courtyard. The child's house was not far from here, only about 100 steps away. Sure enough, Ji-Yu-kan saw the old man in his courtyard. His mother had even brought a stool for the old man. At that moment, the child felt that the sky was falling down. So he chose to hide behind Chen Pinggan and let the taller one take his place. Chen Pinggan did not disappoint the child. He intentionally or unintentionally stood in front of him to protect him. When the naughty child Ji-Yu-kan grabbed Chen Pinggan's sleeve, he was immediately filled with heroism. The old man did not care about this. He sat on the stool and thought for a moment. The white bowl in his hand disappeared into thin air. Ji-Yu-kan's legs immediately became weak again. He hid behind Chen Pinggan, trembling with fear. The old man looked at the village woman who had an unusually calm expression, and then looked at the youth in straw sandals who had a frown on his face. Finally, he said to the cowering child, "Kid, do you know what you're keeping in your water tank?" The child shouted behind Chen Pinggan, "What else can there be? I caught fish, prawns, and crabs from the stream. I also caught loaches and eels from the field. If you like it, you can take it. Don't be shy." The child's voice became lower and lower. Clearly, he was not confident enough. The woman stroked the hair on her temples and looked at Chen Pinggan. She said softly, "Pinggan." Chen Pinggan understood her meaning. He rubbed Ji-Yu-kan's head and then turned to leave. In the depths of the woman's eyes, there was a trace of guilt towards the straw sandals youth. She abandoned all distracting thoughts and turned to ask the old man, immortal master who came from afar, "Do you want to buy or steal this opportunity?" The old man shook his head and said with a smile, "Buy? I can't afford it. Steal? I can't steal it either. The woman also shook her head. It was like this before, but it might not be in the future. When the originally leisurely old man heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He suddenly waved his sleeve and his 5 fingers moved quickly. The old man sighed deeply. Why do you have to do this? The woman's face was cold and she sneered. How many good people do you think there are in this small town? The old man stood up and looked deeply at the ignorant child. He seemed to have made a big decision. His wrist shook and the white bowl reappeared. The old man walked to the side of the large water tank that was half a person's height and quickly scooped up a bowl of water. Although the woman pretended to be calm, her palms were sweaty. The old man sat back on the stool and beckoned to Ji-Yu-Kan. Child, come and take a look. The child looked at his mother and she nodded. Her eyes were full of encouragement. After the child came closer, the old man gently blew at the water in the bowl, causing ripples. The old man smiled. Open your mouth. At the same time, the old man waved his hand and took out a locust tree leaf from somewhere on the child's body. He twisted his 2 fingers but didn't really grasp it. The child subconsciously let out an ah. The old man flicked his finger and the verdant locust tree leaf entered the child's mouth. The child was stunned on the spot. Then, he discovered that there seemed to be nothing strange in his mouth. The old man didn't give him a chance to ask. He pointed at the white bowl in his palm. Look carefully at what's inside. Ji-Yu-Kan opened his eyes wide and looked over with rapt attention. First, he saw an extremely small black dot. Then, it gradually turned into a slightly eye-catching black line. Finally, it slowly grew bigger and turned into a small earthen yellow loach. It rolled around happily in the ripples on the white bowl's water. The child, whose brain was a mess, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He cried out in surprise, I remember it. I got it from Chen Pingan. The woman slapped her son's face and said angrily, shut up. The old man wasn't surprised at all. He said indifferently, cultivators of my generation, in order to achieve immortality, are disgraceful. This bit of competition isn't anything. There's no need to be so nervous. What belongs to your son can't escape. What doesn't belong to that youth can't be guarded either. This child called Ji-Yu-Kan weighed less than 40 kilograms. However, the weight of his root bone was unimaginably heavy. Therefore, when this bowl-bearing old man made an exception and used his ancestral secret technique to feel Ji-Yu-Kan's weight, he naturally couldn't lift him. This was the prerequisite for him taking in a disciple. Otherwise, wouldn't a 3-year-old child bringing gold through the market be courting death? The old man smiled freely, but his eyes were ice-cold. He said slowly, of course, even if it originally belonged to that youth, so what? Now that I'm personally overseeing it, it's no longer his. The child kept quiet out of fear, his teeth chattering. The woman was relieved. The old man put on that kind and amiable face again. Child, this bowl contains the entire river. Now, it's even raising a small flood dragon. From now on, you're my direct disciple. I'm a true lord, only half a step away from being the ancestor of a sect founder. Although it's a lower sect, in short, you'll naturally understand the weight of the words true lord and sect founder in the future. The old man laughed. It'll only be heavier than this bowl of river water. The child suddenly cried. This isn't right. It's Chen Pingan's. The woman flew into a rage out of humiliation. She raised her arm high, wanting to teach this foolish son of hers a lesson. The old man waved his hand, smiled, and said lightly, having such a heart isn't all bad. The child lowered his head, wiping his tears and snot with the back of his hand. The woman quietly looked at the old man. The old man smiled knowingly and nodded. They were kindred spirits. Everything was understood without words. After the child raised his head, his mother and his master, who had inexplicably fallen from the sky, were already smiling faintly. The child turned his head. When Chen Pingan left, he didn't forget to close the courtyard door. The small town was like a field of crops that had caught up with the big year, the season of harvest. However, some people were like barnyard grass mixed in with the rice grains. After being glanced at once, people wouldn't give them a second glance. For example, the straw sandals youth walking alone in Mud Bottle Alley. 9. A man and a woman turned into Mud Bottle Alley. The young man wore a laurel on his head and a green pendant on his waist. Compared to the son of the richest man in town, Lou, he looked more like a rich young master. The woman's age was not easy to identify. At first glance, she looked like a young girl with tender skin and a sharp chin, like an icicle hanging on the eaves in winter. At another glance, she looked like she was in her 30s. She had phoenix eyes and an enchanting figure. From head to toe, she had an air of elegance. When she walked, her waist twisted. She had a charm that the women in town did not have. The woman looked left and right, full of curiosity. She even reached out to touch the yellow mud wall, but she could not find any clues. She asked curiously, "Fu Nanhua, is this really one of the hidden blessed lands that you mentioned? Why didn't my ancestor emphasize this alley on the geomancy map that he gave before?" The young man did not answer her question. "If you and I really get an unexpected surprise here, how will you repay me?" The woman turned sideways and crossed her fingers behind her back, setting off the view of her breasts. She smiled softly and said, "I'll let you do whatever you want. How about that?" The young man did not expect her to be so straightforward. Instead, he did not know what to say. Moreover, he was here to visit relatives and friends. He shouldered the heavy responsibility of the whole family's 100 years of prosperity, or even 1,000 years of prosperity. No matter how flirtatious he was, he would never dare to have a one-night stand with the woman in front of him in this small town under the watchful eyes of so many people. Therefore, he quickly changed the topic. He pointed to the depths of the alley and said with a smile, "Fairy CI, friends are friends, business is business. I have to repeat it again. According to the previous agreement, there are two families in this Mud Bottle Alley, a pair of master and servant, and a pair of mother and son. I can let you choose one of them first. The capital of the bet is your Yunxia Mountains special cloud root stone. Every year, you give Old Dragon City 10 pieces." The woman nodded and smiled charmingly. "Of course you can." The young man walked forward slowly and continued, "Next, if you get an opportunity that is beyond our family's expectations, that item must be appraised by our ancestors and given a fair price. After that, your Yunxia Mountain will take out half of the cloud root stone equivalent to the price. Cai Qinqian, do you have any objections? In other words, are you certain that after you agree to this matter at this time and place, you will be able to convince those Grand Masters of Mount Yunxia to nod their heads and agree to this wager after you have obtained the benefits and secured the bag?" The woman's complexion had already changed. She became solemn and dignified, as if she was a completely different person from before. She was like a prostitute in a brothel who had fallen into prostitution, but in a flash, she had become the empress who was the mother of the world. This woman, who was known as Cai Jinjian of the Red Cloud Mountain, firmly said, "Yes." The young man narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. He stopped and looked at the woman who was as tall as him. "I'll say the ugly words first. Today, you and I can form an alliance and mutually benefit each other. It's not because you and I fell in love at first sight. It's because Old Dragon City and Yunxia Mountain have been together for hundreds of years. Generations of ancestors and elders have worked hard to accumulate incense and incense. If we mess it up and provoke the thunderous anger of those old men, not to mention me, Fu Nanhua, or you, Cai Qinqian, even our parents and masters wouldn't be able to bear the consequences." Cai Qinqian said with a smile, "Therefore, during this time in the small town, we must be honest with each other and cooperate sincerely, right?" Fu Nanhua was also very handsome in this dark alley. He said with a smile. Besides, Fu Nanhua turned his head to take a look. After retracting his gaze, he lowered his voice and said, "We still have to be careful of those two. After all, they're not Shenyang Mountain. They can't be considered a famous and righteous sect. Also, I heard that those two fellows are very unruly and don't follow the rules." The tall woman narrowed her phoenix eyes as if she was saying coquettishly, "That's why I, Cai Qinqian, chose you, the first young master Feng." Fu Nanhua said softly, "Let's go. Although there are sages here to suppress and balance the various forces, it's better to be careful. It's not good to fail miserably. In short, whether you and I can succeed or not depends on this. This famous god's favored son's Tao heart became more determined. He said in his heart, "The great Tao is within reach. Those who block my path can be killed by immortals and Buddhas." He looked into the depths of the alley and saw a thin young man walking over from the opposite side. This was the second time they met. The two continued to walk forward leisurely, like a pair of immortal couples who had landed in the mortal world. The tall woman saw the young man too. She joked, "Over by the door, in the alley. We've met twice. Do you think this young man will?" She did not finish her sentence. Fu Nanhua naturally knew what she meant. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "My great fairy Cai, there are 600 families in this town. Including the servants and handymen of the 10 clans, there are nearly 5,000 people. No matter how many hidden dragons and crouching tigers there are in this town, there's a fixed number. Moreover, over the years, those good seedlings with roots, fortune, and origin have long been secretly divided up. The reason we're able to pick up leftovers this time is nothing more than those unpredictable people with great supernatural powers deliberately selling leftovers." The woman also laughed at herself. She was ashamed of her naivety. After hesitating for a moment, Fu Nanhua still said, "I don't know how your grandmaster taught the heavenly mysteries. My father told me that after entering this place, if someone makes you feel a chill in your heart, you must take the initiative to retreat and stay away from them. You must not disobey or provoke them easily. After all, this place is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, unfathomable. Those who feel bad will most likely be the opponents of this town's treasure hunt. As for those who make you feel close to them, they may be the people with great fortune in this area and have the chance to turn it into your own fated chance. At that time, as long as you don't kill them easily and don't break the few unbreakable old rules, other than that, whether you buy, cheat, or rob, depends on." The corner of Cai Chinchien's mouth lifted. "It depends on our mood." She suddenly frowned. "Mr. Swan, why don't you let me bring along the descendants of the Zhao family who have roots here?" Although I learned some local dialect before I left, Fu Nanhua interrupted the woman's words and shook his head. "Those big families have always had secret connections with the outside world. They are able to pass some insignificant information under the eyes of the saints without being seen as crossing the thunder pool. They have been accumulating information from generation to generation and have a deep foundation. The real backing of these families is Old Dragon City and Yunxia Mountain. Moreover, it is not good to borrow the power of outsiders. It is easy to cause problems and make things worse. If you don't want to talk later, I will do it for you." She smiled and said, "It's okay. It's just some awkward words. I'm not that delicate." Fu Nanhua dismissed it with a smile. Cai Chinchien did not say anything. In the end, friends who formed an alliance halfway could not be compared to a family. Moreover, in the eyes of some ambitious people who wanted to prove their Tao, grandfather and grandson, father and son, husband and wife, what were they? Fu Nanhua's smile was tranquil. He was graceful and luxurious, like the son of a top noble family in the world. The reason why he revealed the secret of heaven and told Cai Chinchien about the mental cultivation method that his father secretly passed on to him was actually very simple. Compared to the other two people who came with him, the dull middle-aged man and the cold black-clothed girl, Fu Nanhua's first step into the small town's fence gate was to kill the woman next to him, Cai Chinchien of Yunxia Mountain. Fu Nanhua subconsciously reached out and grabbed the green pendant on his waist. The old dragon's reign was a work of art. A gentleman would not give up jade for no reason. Cai Chinchien thought for a moment and closed her eyes. After a moment, she opened her eyes and said, "Songjisin, Jiyu can." "I choose Jiyu can." Fu Nanhua raised his eyebrows. "Okay. It's a deal." In the eyes of the two people, the young man turned left and right until he reached an alley and was about to open the door and enter. Fu Nanhua quickly walked forward with Cai Chinchien and said with a smile, "What a coincidence, we meet again." The shabby young man was Chen Pingan, who came out of Jiyu Kan's house. After hearing the voice, he turned around and nodded. "What's the matter?" Fu Nanhua said with fluent town dialect, "This place is called Mud Bottle Alley, right?" I want to ask if there's a person called Song Jisin and a child called Ji Yukon living here. I'm from the capital. My family and Song Jisin's father are family friends. The sister next to me is surnamed Cai. She's from Ji Yukon's mother's family. So the two of us came together and happened to be in the same alley. Don't you think it's a coincidence? It feels like everything has come together. It's really a coincidence. Fu Nanhua's smile was calm. Even when he was talking to the youth in straw sandals at the bottom of the market, his slender body bent down slightly to take care of the youth. He always maintained this posture when talking to the youth. It did not seem pretentious and made people feel that he had bad intentions. It also made people feel that he was a gentleman. The young man with his head raised nodded and smiled shyly. He said softly, "It's a coincidence." Fu Nanhua's smile deepened. He said warmly, "Then these two families live here?" Unexpectedly, the young man shook his head and said, "I was an apprentice of a dragon kill not long ago. I lived outside the town for many years and just moved here. I'm not familiar with the neighbors." "Do you want to ask others?" Fu Nanhua smiled and didn't rush to speak. He seemed to be thinking about how to phrase it. The tall woman smiled and said, "Little brother, it's not good to lie. Do you think we're bad people? Let's take 10,000 steps back. What bad things can we do in broad daylight?" Chen Pinggan blinked. "But I really don't know." Cai Qinqian returned to normal and asked Fu Nanhua, "Does this child want a reward?" Fu Nanhua's expression was normal. "It doesn't look like it." The tall woman's eyebrows revealed a hint of hidden annoyance. "If it doesn't work, we can go door to door and ask. We can still find him." Fu Nanhua waved his hand at her and patiently said to the young man, "Do us a small favor and I'll give you something. How about it?" The young man scratched his head. His body was thin and his eyes were clear. Fu Nanhua suddenly stood up straight. In the end, he saw a scholarly young man squatting on a nearby wall and sizing them up. Near the young man in simple and elegant clothes stood a young girl. The upper half of her face was exposed. She was delicate and pretty, clean and clean. Her eyebrows were like black. At that moment, Fu Nanhua's mind was set. The young man in front of him was definitely in his bag. The young man stood up and asked loudly, "You're looking for someone?" Fu Nanhua and Cai Qinqian could only raise their heads. The former said, "Yes, I'm looking for you. This big sister beside me wants to find Ji Yukon. Can you help?" The young man frowned. "You know me?" Fu Nanhua smiled. "Of course I don't know you. But I know official Song, who is currently working in the Ministry of Rights." Song Jisin went straight to the point and asked, "I can help you find the slug Ji Yukon. What's the reward?" Fu Nanhua didn't say anything else. He took off the green pendant from his waist and threw it high to the young man standing on the short wall. "It's yours." After Song Jisin caught it, he was slightly surprised. His expression didn't change. He lowered his head and said to the maid GQ, "You can go." She nodded and left the courtyard. When the young girl stood quietly in the narrow alley, the entire clay bottle alley seemed to brighten up in an instant. Fu Nanhua smiled at the straw sandals youth. "Little guy, I'll give you a sentence. Although the rain is wide, it doesn't moisten the rootless grass." Then he took the lead and walked towards the young girl. The tall woman didn't move. Her eyes were playful. She whispered to the young man, "Do you know what it means?" Her eyes were shining. She was interested for no reason. Without waiting for the young man to answer, she laughed and said, "Actually, it's to tell you that you've missed a big opportunity. This young master, as long as you can dig out a little from his fingernails, it'll be enough for you to live an incomparably comfortable life under the mountain for the rest of your life. But the good thing is that you probably won't know what you've missed today for the rest of your life. It's really a blessing in misfortune. Otherwise, you'll regret it until your intestines turn green." When Fu Nanhua heard this, he felt that she was playing the lute to a cow. Outside of the small town, the difference between people, especially the difference between high and low, was even greater than the difference between yin and yang. Cai Qinqian walked backwards towards the maid, so he was facing the straw sandals youth. "Although the rain is wide, It doesn't moisten the rootless grass. Remember. The young man's expression didn't change. He suddenly said loudly, "Be careful of the one behind you." Cai Chinchien's body suddenly stiffened. The young man lowered his voice. Bullshit. H4 double monthly votes. If you think this chapter is wonderful, please support me. You can also vote for me. Lee support me with 100 horizontal coins to draw monthly votes. Lee support me with 500 horizontal coins. Lee support me with 10,000 horizontal coins. Lee support me with 100,000 horizontal coins to be the alliance leader. Lee 10. At that time, Cai Chinchien was walking backwards. In fact, when she stepped on the dog poop, she had already realized that things were not going well. What was even more unbearable than stepping on dog poop was, of course, stepping on dog poop and then being seen by others. What was even more tragic than this was no doubt that the person who saw it would tell you that you really stepped on dog poop. Cai Chinchien was not a woman with a shallow temperament, nor was she a delicate girl who could not bear hardships. As one of the many children of the Mount Yunxia's master, the fact that she was able to stand out and win the final spot was very clear. Mount Yunxia had a total of 18 peaks, big and small. It was surrounded by fog all year round and was rich in cloud root stones. It was an important material for refining external elixirs for the Taoist Danding sect. It was famous for being flawless and was unique in the world. Therefore, the people on Mount Yunxia had to pay attention to cleanliness and elegance. Most of them were misophobic, and Cai Chinchien was no exception. If it were not for the fact that the small town involved too many people, Cai Chinchien would never set foot in the small town in her life, let alone let her walk step by step in the mud bottle alley that was full of chicken poop and dog poop. The most embarrassing thing was that after coming here, these originally high and mighty immortals were like small fish thrown ashore. They suddenly lost everything that they relied on. The family that occupied a certain paradise, the cultivation of the mystic understanding realm that could move mountains and seas, the mysterious magic weapons that could subdue demons and vanquish devils, and the mysterious magic weapons that could control gods and ghosts, were all gone. Then, there was the scene of Cai Chinchien stepping on dog poop. Fu Nanhua originally thought that it was interesting. The spotless fairy Cai of Mount Yunxia had a pair of sticky and smelly dog poop on her boots. Who would dare to believe that? But in the next moment, Fu Nanhua shouted in a deep voice, "Cai Chinchien, stop." Song Jisin, who was standing on the mud wall, narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the green jade pendant carved with a dragon. In the alleyway, Cai Chinchien seemed to have arrived in front of Chen Pinggan in a single step. Her delicate hand that was as translucent as fine jade swiftly patted the head of the straw sandals youth. The moment Fu Nanhua called out to stop her, she abruptly stopped her palm. Finally, she gently raised her hand and gently patted down. After finishing this intimate action, as if she was a senior pampering a junior, she bent down and stared into the youth's eyes. Those eyes were like a clear spring. Cai Chinchien could almost see her own face. Unfortunately, her mood was extremely bad. She put on a fake smile and said, "Little guy, I know that when you spoke, you deliberately slowed down your speed." Fu Nanhua breathed a sigh of relief. If Cai Chinchien really dared to brazenly kill people here, it was very likely that she would be expelled from the small town. She would implicate the entire Mount Yunxia and become the biggest laughingstock. His face was gloomy. He used the official language to remind her, "Cai Chinchien, please think twice before you act. If you are still so impulsive, I feel that it is necessary to abandon the alliance. I don't want to be harmed by you." Cai Chinchien, whose back was facing the young master of Old Dragon City, quickly whispered, "High quality sees Buddha quickly, low quality sees Buddha slowly. There is indeed a pure land, there is indeed a lotus pond." She quickly turned her head and smiled apologetically at Fu Nanhua. "I lost control of myself. I promise, this will absolutely not happen again." Fu Nanhua sneered and said, "Are you sure?" Cai Chinchien laughed it off. She didn't solemnly swear to Fu Nanhua. She lowered her head again to look at the straw sandals teenager. She used the official language that was popular in the continent and said, "My Mount Yunxia originated from one of the 5 Buddhist sects. The most important thing is to subdue the monkey and tie up the horse. But before I came here, I didn't even understand what the monkey and the horse were. The elders in my family also didn't want to spoil things by excessive enthusiasm. They only let me explore on my own. I didn't expect that today in your mud bottle lane, I would step on a pile of dog poop." Chen Pinggan reminded her, "Sister, you've stepped on dog poop for a long time. Why don't you hurry up and scrape it off?" The immortal girl originally felt that she had entered the pure land of Buddhism, but after hearing the words, she suddenly lost her cultivation and fell into the secular world. Her face was ashen, but Fu Nanhua's warning was still echoing in her ears. She had to vent her anger. She stretched out a finger and heavily poked the forehead of the straw sandals teenager. She stared and said, "At such a young age, didn't anyone teach you that a perverse temperament is a sign of early death, and a sharp and mean person is a person who will reduce your fortune?" Chen Pinggan was thick-skinned, so he didn't care. He just looked at Song Jisin not far away and didn't say anything. The latter jumped and scolded, "Chen Pinggan, why are you looking at me? You're so unlucky." Fu Nanhua was surprised to find that he hadn't even stepped into Song Jisin's courtyard. He was a little unhappy and didn't hide his sarcasm. Cai Qinqian, how interesting, there are people in this world who would delay the path to immortality because of a pile of dog shit. For once, Cai Qinqian didn't get angry. She looked deeply at the ordinary-looking thin teenager and turned to leave. Suddenly, the teenager behind her whispered, "Sister, your eyelashes are very long." An extremely vulgar secular ant dared to flirt with an immortal girl? Cai Qinqian flew into a rage and suddenly turned her head. She made up her mind to teach this seemingly honest but actually cunning villager a lesson, even if it would cost her some fate. Although Cai Qinqian and the others entered this place like prisoners in a cage, their hands and feet were tied, and they ran into walls everywhere. They couldn't control any magic arts or artifacts for the time being. However, the benefits of cultivation since childhood, such as the cultivation of a higher level, could be used to nourish the body. It was like tempering the muscles and bones all the time. Although the effect was not obvious and was far less than that of the martial artists who focused on this path, with this foundation, it was easy to deal with a teenager who crawled and rolled in the mud of the marketplace. With a casual palm strike, she could do something to some important aperture acupoints, plant a root of illness, and shorten his life. However, in the slightly dim alley, she only saw a dark face and a pair of bright eyes. The bright moon above the sea. Cai Qinqian's eyes lit up at first, and then she felt the natural pity of a woman. Finally, the pity in her red phoenix eyes faded little by little. She smiled brighter and brighter, suddenly enlightened. Cutting off the heart's devil was an opportunity. It should be known that the Yunxia mountain, which was close to Buddhism and far away from Taoism, had always advocated a view since its founder, the Yunxia old deity, that every time a fate arose or perished, it was a tribulation. Of course, this method of tribulation was not fixed. Everything needed to be solved by the person in charge. For example, Cai Qinqian at the moment. She felt that she had found the restless heart that needed to be suppressed. It was the seemingly innocent but actually obstructive teenager. Therefore, she raised her hand again, covered the teenager's chest, and gently pressed. All these movements were as smooth as flowing water, as fast as thunder. Even if the teenager consciously took half a step back, he still couldn't resist the tall woman's attack. Fu Nanhua stared at the attractive and graceful back. Not only did his heart not have the slightest ripple, but it was full of murderous intent, almost condensing into a stone heart. He deliberately concealed his murderous intent, and deliberately shouted angrily, "Previously you flicked the teenager's forehead with your finger, causing him to be plagued with illness all year round. This punishment is enough. Why do you still want to punish him? Cai Qinqian, have you lost your mind? Do you really want to disregard the opportunity of Taoism for a lowly child?" Cai Qinqian turned a deaf ear. Fu Nanhua lowered his voice, and recovered the graceful bearing of an aristocratic family's descendant. He laughed and said, The great Cai Qinqian of Yunxia Mountain is haggling over every ounce with a common teenager. If this gets out, won't you feel ashamed? Cai Qinqian turned around and said with a smile, "This alley is really fated with me. Who would have thought that I would be able to get an opportunity here? Although it's not big, mosquito meat is still meat. It's a good sign. I have more confidence in that teenager called Jiyu Kan." Fu Nanhua was stunned. Could it be that this woman really had an epiphany? Cai Qinqian raised one foot and saw the disgusting filth. He laughed and said, "What a lucky bastard." Song Jisin's face was gloomy, and no one could tell what he was thinking. The maid Ji Qiu, who no one paid attention to, stood in the same place, silent. At some point, two pairs of pale golden eyes appeared in her eyes. One pair of eyes. Fu Nanhua vaguely sensed something. He suddenly turned his head and quickly looked around. He didn't notice anything strange. Finally, he looked the maid up and down, and didn't find anything wrong. He could only think of this feeling of discomfort as Cai Qinqian's actions, which attracted the gaze of the celestial sage in the small town. Cai Qinqian was in a good mood. The many stagnant thoughts that had accumulated before were like a flood breaking through a dike. How could it be just a small opportunity? If it weren't for the fact that Mount Yunxia, which was hollow inside, really needed a celestial treasure of sufficient weight to suppress the constantly leaking luck of the mountain gate, and she also needed this to establish her position as the next mountain master, Cai Qinqian would have immediately left this place, and returned to Mount Yunxia to cultivate in seclusion for 10 or 20 years. Cai Qinqian walked towards Fu Nanhua's maid in the shabby alley. The teenager behind him asked, "Did you do something to me?" Cai Qinqian didn't even turn his head. "Little guy, you're thinking too much." The teenager was silent. Cai Qinqian looked back and smiled. "You'll die in half a year at most." The teenager was stunned. She smiled gently and said, "You really believe me? Sister is lying to you." Chen Pinggan grinned. Cai Qinqian and Fu Nanhua, this pair of celestial couple, almost simultaneously had the same thought. A frog at the bottom of a well, an ant at the bottom of a mountain. Song Jisin, who was squatting on top of the wall and watching the show, rubbed his temples with both hands. His face had an extremely rare serious expression. Even though Ji Qiu had already taken that eccentric older sister of hers to find slug Jiyu Kan, and that young guy, who would throw away a lot of gold without hesitation, had also walked into his own courtyard. The clever Song Jisin was still squatting there in a daze. In the outstanding young man's line of sight, there was a thin teenager standing in the middle of Mud Bottle Alley. After looking at the tall woman's back for a while, he quickly withdrew his gaze and walked towards his own courtyard. However, the wooden door didn't open for a long time. Song Jisin hated this feeling. There was a guy who usually didn't show off, but sometimes, he was like a stone in a latrine. If he didn't move, he would be an eyesore. If he moved him away, he would find it dirty. As a result, the teenager didn't clearly hear Fu Nanhua's words behind him. The young master of the old dragon city could only repeat himself. "Song Jisin, do you know that there is a kind of person in this world who is very different from you?" Song Jisin finally came back to his senses. He turned around and continued squatting. Looking down at the laurel-styled Fu Nanhua, who was dressed in brocade, he said flatly, "I know." Fu Nanhua could only forcefully swallow back the words that had already reached his mouth. However, he was still somewhat unwilling. He smiled and asked, "Do you really know?" The mysterious young man from the small town had a cold look in his eyes. He sneered, "Are you trying to say that they can revive the dead, regrow flesh and bones, live forever, and have boundless Tao?" Fu Nanhua nodded and said with relief, "We can be considered half-Tao friends." Song Jisin glanced at the courtyard next door from the corner of his eyes. He was slightly absent-minded and untimely. Fu Nanhua said frankly, "Then I'll be frank. No matter what you have, as long as you are willing to name a price, I will buy it even if I have to sell everything I have." Song Jisin said doubtfully, "I can see that between you and that girl, your family status is higher. Since she can treat the guy next door like that, why are you willing to treat me like that?" Fu Nanhua took the initiative to finish the sentence. "Equal status?" Song Jisin nodded and praised, "You are quite smart. It's not difficult to talk to you." Fu Nanhua didn't care about the young man's condescending attitude, whether it was his position or his arrogant tone. Completely different from Cai Qinqian, who regarded the young man with straw sandals as a lowly ant, Fu Nanhua not only felt close to Song Jisin, but also revered the area of Mud Bottle Alley. Therefore, Fu Nanhua really regarded the young man in front of him as a kindred spirit. On this road, the higher one went, the higher one's status, the difference between men and women, age, all of these were meaningless. Song Jisin jumped down from the courtyard wall and said in a low voice, "Let's talk in the house." Fu Nanhua nodded and said, "Okay." When Song Jisin stepped over the threshold, he asked casually, "I'm just asking. What is your relationship with that sister who looks like she is good at giving birth?" Fu Nanhua said without hesitation, "For the time being, we are in the same group, but not the same kind of people." "Oh," Song Jisin said, then said something inexplicable. "Then you guys are too sloppy. You're not straightforward at all. I've heard that in the outside world, there are immortals, demons, and demons. But as long as you're a cultivator, once you have a grudge, shouldn't you cut the weeds and eliminate the roots to prevent future troubles? After all, the eldest son of the Fu family was a descendant of immortals who grew up in Old Dragon City. He was used to all kinds of situations." After hearing these words, he did not show any emotions on his face. He smiled and asked, "Is there a grudge between the two of you?" The young man opened his eyes wide and pretended to be surprised. "What are you talking about?" As if he found that the man in front of him did not believe him, Song Jisin hid the exaggerated expression on his face and took the lead to sit down in the hall. He gestured for Fu Nanhua to sit down and said seriously, "I have been neighbors with Chen Pinggan, who lost his parents when he was very young. We have been neighbors for so many years, and we have never quarreled. It's up to you to believe it or not." Fu Nanhua instantly understood the hidden meaning of the young man's words. The young man next door had no one to rely on. He was just a rootless duckweed. If he died, then he died. No one would look into this matter. The young master of Old Dragon City did not know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly realized that the incident in this alley was a bit ridiculous and funny. It could be said that the poor young man next door deliberately hid the address of Song Jisin and his servant. Because of this, he caused an unexpected disaster and would lose his life. Just now, the young man from the Song family, who seemed to be born in a wealthy family, wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. If one knife was not enough, another knife would be used. Fu Nanhua could not help but sigh. No wonder there was a saying in the corpse, "The son of tigers and leopards," although it was not written, already had the aura of eating cows. In the courtyard of Jiu Kan's house, the child had been locked in the inner room by his mother. The woman and the old man who called himself immortal sat opposite each other. The old man put away his crisscrossed palms and smiled. "The outcome has been decided." The woman was puzzled. "May I ask what Immortal Master did just now to make Chen Pinggan?" Speaking of this, she found that the old man's eyes suddenly bloomed with sharpness. She was so scared that she quickly shut her mouth. The old man looked at the courtyard door and gently waved his sleeve, bringing a breeze that spun and lingered in the small courtyard. The old man then said, "For a person of my status, the more I step into the helpless situation of a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, the more I fall into the helpless situation of a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. Although I can't say that I can't protect myself now, the more time passes, the more. Well, as Song Jisin said, it's called dragging the mud and water. It can only lead to a fate of being stained with karma. Fortunately, that person is angry. Even if he has taken a big step back, he still can't protect his integrity and can't escape the disaster. Unfortunately, the situation that was originally expected to enjoy a lifetime of incense took a turn for the worse. It's too horrible to look at. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I can make some plans for your son to see if I can end the young man's life and cut off the possibility of some saints and immortal masters following the vine to find the melon, so that they can avoid the trouble of settling accounts in the future. So that my new disciple can ride the wind and thunder on the road to immortality in the future and finally turn into a dragon." The woman sat at the side and listened on intermittently. She was sweating profusely. The old man smiled and asked, "Isn't it strange? He's clearly an otherworldly person who lives in the clouds and drinks dew and doesn't care about worldly affairs. Why does he concentrate on cultivating? After cultivating for so long, it seems like he's only cultivated such a shrewd and vicious aura. She's not much better than you, an ignorant village woman with shallow eyes." The woman hurriedly lowered her head and said with a trembling voice, "I would never dare to think that." The old man dismissed it with a smile and quietly waited for Cai Qinqian to knock on the door of Mount Yunxia. On the road of cultivation, there are endless spells and magical powers. There are big and small reasons, and there are high and low dows. Cai Qinqian treats you like ants. Don't I also treat her and Fu Nanhua as ants? Why should I reason with the ants under my feet? H4 double monthly ticket calculation. If you think that this chapter is written brilliantly, then show your support. You can also give me a monthly ticket. Ul Li, show your support 100 renminbi to draw a monthly ticket. Li Li, show your support 500 RMB. Li Li, show your support 10,000 RMB. Li Li, show your support 100,000 renminbi to be the alliance leader. Li Ul. 11. A Confucian scholar with white hair on his temples left the village school with a young man in a green robe and arrived at the foot of the memorial arch. The most knowledgeable teacher in the small town looked a little haggard. He pointed at a plaque above his head and asked, "What do you mean by do not decline?" The young man, Zhao Yarrow, was both a student and a page boy of the teacher. He looked up and said without hesitation, "Our Confucian school is founded on the word benevolence." The 4 words on the plaque are taken from "do not decline" to the teacher. It means that we scholars should respect the teacher, but we don't have to be modest when it comes to benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Mr. Chi asked, "Don't decline to be modest. What if you change it to cannot decline?" The young man in a green robe looked elegant. Compared with Song Jisin's aggressive appearance, his temperament was more gentle and restrained. He was like a budding hibiscus, naturally cute. When the teacher asked this question with hidden meaning, the young man did not dare to take it lightly. He carefully considered it, thinking that the teacher was testing his knowledge. How could he dare to be casual? The middle-aged Confucian scholar looked at his disciple's cautious appearance and smiled. He patted the young man's shoulder and said, "It's just a casual question. Don't be nervous. It seems that I've restrained your nature too much before. I've made you live like a statue placed in the Wenchang pavilion. You keep a straight face, follow the rules everywhere, and be reasonable in everything. You're not tired at all. But now, it seems that it's a good thing." The young man was a little puzzled, but the teacher had already taken him to the other side. He was still looking up at the plaque with the 4 words. The Confucian scholar's expression relaxed. For some reason, the teacher, who was serious in speech and manner, began to talk about many interesting cases. He told his disciple, "The person who wrote the 4 words "do not decline" to decline was once the first calligraphy master in the world. It caused a lot of controversy, such as the dispute over the structure, the dispute over the bones and muscles of the spirit, and the dispute over the praise and criticism of ancient quality and modern beauty. Until now, there has been no conclusion. Rhythm, law, intent, and poise. These were the 4 meanings of calligraphy. For the past 1,000 years, this person had won 2 titles. He simply didn't give his peers any chance to survive. As for the hope and nature now, it's a little interesting. If you look at it carefully, you should be able to find that although the strokes, structure, and spirit of the 4 characters are similar, in fact, they were written separately by the 4 Taoist immortals. At that time, 2 of the old immortals were still writing letters to each other and quarreling. They both wanted to write the mysterious Hope character and did not want to write the vulgar Yang character. Then, the Confucian scholar led the young man to the "do not ask for anything from the outside." He looked left and right with a faint gaze. The village school where you studied would soon be closed by several big families because there would be no teacher there. They would simply knock it down and build a small Taoist temple or erect a Buddha statue for pilgrims to burn incense. There would be a Taoist priest or a monk presiding over the school year after year until the end of the 60-year cycle. During this period, the school might change teachers 2 or 3 times to prevent the townspeople from having any doubts. In fact, It's just a crude camouflage. However, if a sesamicized spell and supernatural power were to be completed here, it might be equivalent to the magnificent momentum of a god beating a drum or the spring thunder shaking the world. Towards the end, the teacher's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Even if the scholar Zhao Yarrow pricked up his ears, he could not hear clearly. Mr. Qi sighed. His tone was a little helpless and tired. There are many things that can't be revealed. Now that things have come to this, it doesn't matter anymore. However, we are scholars after all. We still have to care about our reputation. What's more, if I, Qi Jingchun, take the lead and break the rules, it would be no different from embezzlement. My table manners would be too unsightly. Zhao Yarrow suddenly mustered up his courage and said, "Teacher, I know you are not a common person. This town is also not an ordinary place." The scholar smiled curiously. "Oh, tell me about it." Zhao Yarrow pointed at the majestic 12-legged memorial arch. This place, along with the iron lock well in Apricot Blossom Alley, the covered bridge with 2 iron swords, the old locust tree, the peach tree in Peachleaf Alley, and the Zhao family's Fulu Street, the annual Guyu invitation and Chongyang invitation are all very strange. The scholar interrupted the youth. "Strange? How is it strange? You grew up here and have never gone out. Could it be that you have seen the scenery outside of this town? Since there is no comparison, why do you say that?" Zhao Yarrow said in a low voice, "I have long since memorized the contents of those books. The peach blossoms in Peach Blossom Lane are very different from the descriptions of the poems in the books. Also, when you teach, why do you only impart the 3 books of elementary learning? The emphasis is on literacy. After that, what books should we read? What is the purpose of reading books? What is the purpose of undertaking in the books? What is the meaning of to be a farmer in the morning, to ascend to the hall of heaven at night? What is the son of heaven values heroes, to be taught in essays?" Although the 2 kill supervisors never discussed matters of the imperial court, the capital, or the world with others, but the scholar smiled in relief. "That's enough. There is no point in saying more." Zhao Yarrow immediately stopped talking. The scholar who called himself Qi Jingchun whispered, "Zhao Yarrow, you need to be careful with your words and actions in the future. Remember that trouble comes from the mouth, so most of the Confucian sages are tight-lipped. The gentlemen above the sages speak of discretion, bowing like a jade for fear of flaws. As for the saints, such as the mountain masters of the 72 academies, these people are like the Daoist spiritual masters and the Buddhist golden arhats. Their words become prophecies, and their words become law. After this group of people and the experts of the 100 schools of thought reach this realm, they are generally known as Earth Immortals. They can be considered as having 1 foot in the door. However, these people are all like dragons. Some are high and mighty, like the statues of gods in Daoist temples, so high that they cannot be reached. There are also some who are elusive and cannot be found by ordinary people." Zhao Yarrow listened in a daze, as if he had fallen into the clouds. Zhao Yarrow couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, why are you saying all this today?" The scholar's expression was optimistic as he laughed. "You have a teacher, so I naturally have a teacher as well. As for my teacher, let's not talk about it. In short, I originally thought that I would be able to struggle at death's door for a few more decades, but I suddenly discovered that there are some people behind the scenes who are unwilling to even wait for this little bit of time. So this time, I can't bring you out of the town. You need to walk out on your own. There are some harmless truths that I should reveal to you. Just treat it as a story. I just hope that you understand a principle: there is always someone better than you. No matter how blessed by the heavens and blessed by good fortune you, Zhao Yarrow, you cannot be complacent and slack off. The well water fell and the locust tree leaves left its branches, these were all signs." The scholar called Qi Jingchun reminded, "Zhao Yao, do you still remember the locust tree leaf I told you to put away?" The young scholar nodded vigorously. "I put it away together with the seal that teacher gave me. How can there be a leaf in the world that is so fresh and tender when it leaves its branches? There are thousands of people in the town, but the number of people who have received such blessings can be counted on one hand. You can play with that locust tree leaf often. Who knows, You might encounter another opportunity in the future. The scholar's eyes were deep. Apart from that, I've been telling you to do good deeds in the town all these years. No matter who you are, you must treat them with courtesy and sincerity. In the future, you will slowly understand the profound principles behind it. Those seemingly insignificant trifles can penetrate a stone with dripping water. In the end, the benefits you reap may not be any worse than holding on to a local county journal. The youth noticed a yellow bird perched on a stone beam. It would occasionally jump and chirp. The scholar had his hands behind his back as he looked up at the yellow bird with a dignified expression. The youth couldn't see anything strange about it. The scholar Chi Jing Chun suddenly looked in the direction of Mud Bottle Alley, his brows furrowing even more. The scholar sighed softly. The hibernating insects gradually hear the sound of spring and break out of the ground. But as a guest, aren't you being too arrogant by sneaking around under the eyes of the host and using those sneaky tricks? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want by relying on your small bowl of water to make your own decisions? Zhao Yarrow was deeply worried. Teacher. The scholar waved his hand, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with the youth. He only led him to the last horizontal board. The youth Zhao Yarrow was like a hibernating insect that had suddenly heard the sound of spring thunder. He suddenly stopped, his eyes staring blankly. Not far away, there was a black-clothed girl wearing a veil hat. Her face was covered by a thin veil. Her figure was well-proportioned, neither slender nor plump. A long sword with a snow-white scabbard and a narrow saber with a green scabbard hung from her waist. She stood under the horizontal board with her arms crossed over her chest and raised her head. The scholar found it funny and coughed softly. The youth was dumbstruck. He didn't understand the teacher's warning to not look at indecent things. The scholar smiled knowingly and didn't reprimand him. Instead, he stopped coughing and allowed the youth to stare at the girl in a daze. The girl didn't seem to notice the youth's gaze. She seemed to particularly appreciate the 4 large characters of Chi Rushing Bull. Compared to the dignified and solemn characters of the other 3 horizontal boards, the characters on this board were written in running script. Its charm was almost unbridled. She liked it. The youth suddenly woke up. It turned out that the teacher had patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Zhao Yao, you should go back to the school and bring your things home. The youth's face flushed red. He lowered his head and followed the teacher back to the school. Only then did the girl slowly loosen her grip on the saber hilt. In the distance, the scholar joked, Zhao Yao, oh Zhao Yao, I just saved your life. The youth was shocked. Teacher. The scholar hesitated for a moment and then said with a serious expression, if you see her in the future, you must take a detour. The cultured and refined blue-clothed scholar was somewhat surprised and also somewhat disappointed. Teacher, why is that? Chi Jing Chun thought for a moment and then said a final sentence. She is incomparably sharp. She is destined to be a sheathless sword. The youth wanted to say something but hesitated. The middle-aged scholar smiled. Of course, if it's just secretly liking someone, even Buddha and Tao fathers can't stop it. Even the most disciplined scholars like us, our most sacred teacher, only warned do not speak, look, listen, and move indecently. He never said do not think indecently. The youth suddenly seemed to be possessed and blurted out loudly, she's very fragrant. The youth was stunned as soon as he said that. The scholar had a headache. It wasn't because he was angry but because the situation was a bit tricky. He said in a low voice, Zhao Yao, turn around. The youth subconsciously turned his back to the teacher. Under the memorial arch, the girl turned her head with a murderous aura. First, her hands hung down, her thumbs pressing on the sword hilt and saber hilt respectively. Then, she began to run in small steps. After about 4 or 5 steps, her hands and feet suddenly exerted strength. The 3-foot-long sword in the snow-white scabbard and the slender saber in the dark green scabbard were the first to be unsheathed, slanting forward. At the same time, her figure shot up, her hands quickly grasping the sword and saber. Without a second word, she chopped down. Between the black-clothed girl and the teacher and student from the small town, 2 thin arms stretched out, bursting with resplendent radiance. This wasn't a supernatural ability nor a magical technique. It was purely speed. The scholar's expression was relaxed, without any intention of dodging. He only lightly stamped his foot. A ripple surged out. In the next moment, the girl's body tensed, her murderous aura growing heavier. The sword and saber that had been like a hot knife through butter had completely missed. Her entire body was standing where the sword and saber had been unsheathed. The scholar smiled. Not bad. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. But then again, my disciple has indeed offended you, but his crime doesn't warrant death, right? The girl deliberately made her voice mature and dull. She slowly put the sword back into the scabbard and held the saber with one hand. She pointed the tip of the saber at the scholar. How you feel is your business. I don't care. The girl took a step forward. What I do is my business. Of course, you can control it. She charged forward rapidly. 2 small pits immediately appeared on the ground where her feet were standing. The scholar put one hand behind his back and the other clenched into a fist. He placed it in front of his abdomen and smiled. In the martial path of the military, only speed is unbreakable. It's a pity that even if this world is about to fall apart, as long as it's before that, even if 10 land immortals join forces to break the formation, it's just an ant trying to shake a tree. Let alone you. In the next moment, the girl appeared 10 steps away from the left of the scholar for no reason. She pondered for a moment and closed her eyes. The scholar shook his head and smiled. It's not a trick like you think. This world is similar to the so-called small world of Buddhism. Here, I am, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise and stopped talking. He instantly came to the girl's side and checked what was going on. He gently held the tip of the saber with 2 fingers. He asked, "Who taught you the saber technique and swordsmanship?" The girl did not open her eyes. Her left hand held the hilt of the sword that had just been sheathed. A cold light swept across the scholar's waist, trying to cut him in half. The scholar, who was holding the tip of the saber with 2 fingers, shouted softly, "Retreat." There was a crashing sound on the ground, and dust flew. A moment later, the figure of the girl wearing a curtain hat was revealed. She stood still with one foot in front of the other. Under her feet, there was a gully in front of the scholar, as if it was ploughed out. The girl's hands were bloody. The saber was unsheathed, and the sword was also unsheathed, but she was reduced to the point where her sword was snatched barehanded. Moreover, she knew very well that in addition to the structure of this world, the enemy had always suppressed his strength to the same realm as her. This was because her skills were inferior. It was not that her cultivation was inferior. She seemed to be on the verge of going berserk. Perhaps the girl herself didn't realize that the light around her was distorted. In the end, this scholar was the most reasonable person. He advised considerately, "For the time being, it's best that you don't compare yourself to me. It might hinder your martial arts state of mind. To reach the peak of martial arts, it's important to proceed step by step." His current appearance was somewhat strange. He held the tip of the sword in one hand and the body of the sword in the other. He suddenly laughed, imitating the girl's tone of voice, and said with a wise and experienced tone, "It's your freedom to listen or not, but it's my business to speak or not." The girl was silent for a moment, and then she said in a low voice, "I've learned." The scholar smiled and nodded. She was not an arrogant and domineering girl. This was very good. He gently tossed the saber to the girl and said, "I'll return the saber to you first." He lowered his head and looked at the sword at his fingertips. It was slightly trembling. The sound of a young phoenix was clearer than that of an old phoenix. The scholar said regretfully, "The quality of this sword is quite good, but it's still some distance away from the top. It's a bit difficult to bear the weight of 2 characters at most. Otherwise, with your aptitude and foundation, even if you don't take away 4 characters, 3 characters would definitely be more than enough." As he sighed, he casually raised his hand and lightly shouted, "Imperia." 2 dazzling balls of light flew out from the horizontal board inscribed with the words "Chi rushing" and "bullfighting." The scholar waved his sleeve and slapped it twice, sending it into the sword. On the horizontal board, the 2 characters "Chi" and "bullfighting" were still present. The 2 characters "rushing" and "fighting" were like a sickly old man in his twilight years. After the final radiance of the setting sun, he had finally completely lost his vitality. The scholar carelessly shook his wrist, and the sword returned to its master's scabbard in the blink of an eye. Because it had already returned to the scabbard, no one knew for the time being that there were two auras swimming around the sword like flood dragons. What happened next shocked even Qi Jing-chun, who had been through a lot. The girl slowly took off the scabbard and casually threw it, nailing it into the yellow earth. Behind the veil of her veil, her eyes were firm and resolute. "This is not the path of the sword that I pursue." The scholar glanced at the sword that the girl had abandoned and felt a long-lost heaviness in the depths of his heart. He had no choice but to ask a question that was beneath his dignity. "Do you know who I am?" The girl nodded and then shook her head. "I heard that every 60 years, a saint of the 3 sects would come here to preside over the operation of a large formation. It has already been several thousand years. From time to time, there would be people who would come out of this place either with strange treasures or their cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds. That's why I wanted to come and take a look. When I saw you, I was sure of your identity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have acted so straightforwardly." Qi Jing-chun asked again, "Then do you know what you gave up just now?" The girl was silent. In the scabbard on the ground, the sword trembled incessantly, as if a beauty that could topple a nation was whimpering and begging. The girl had a change of heart. The young scholar had already secretly turned his head and carefully looked at the girl in the distance. The scholar could be said to be knowledgeable, but he still couldn't figure it out after much thought. He couldn't just force the sword that contained a huge amount of fate energy into the girl's hand. In the end, he could only warn her, "Miss, it's best if you put away that sword. After this, the town will be very peaceful. It's always a good thing to have one more thing to defend yourself with." The girl didn't say anything. She turned around and left. She still didn't want to take that sword with her. Qi Jing-chun was somewhat helpless. He waved his sleeve and nailed the sword into the top of a stone pillar in the memorial arch. If someone forcibly pulled it out, it would inevitably disturb him, who was overseeing the central command. Just like before, when the storyteller made his move twice, one in the light and one in the dark, it didn't escape the distant attention of this scholar. He personally escorted Zhao Yarrow all the way from the school to the Zhao family's mansion on Fulu Street. The middle-aged scholar walked slowly. Every time he took a step, there would be some imperceptible flowing lights and overflowing colors that flashed through the dense courtyards and large mansions on both sides of the street. Qi Jing-chun muttered, "Strange, strange. Where did this little girl come from? Could she be an immortal disciple from outside of this continent?" After he returned to the school, he sat in front of a desk. There was a jade tablet placed on it. It was about 1 foot and 2 inches long. The 4 corners were engraved with the mountains of 4 towns, lodging in the 4 directions. The front was engraved with densely packed inscriptions in Xiaozhuan, no less than 100 characters. According to Confucianism's etiquette, only the emperor of a country could wield this jade tablet. This clearly showed the great significance of this town. He turned it over. There were only 2 words engraved on the back of the jade tablet. His handwriting was meticulous and unique. The bones were extremely strong and the will of the spirit was extremely long. On the desk, there was also a secret letter that had just arrived. The white-haired scholar's eyes were slightly red. "Teacher, this student is incompetent. I can only look on helplessly as you are humiliated to this extent." The scholar looked out the window. There wasn't too much sorrow or joy in his eyes. He just looked a little lonely. "Qi Jing-chun has let down my teacher. I've lived an ignoble life for 100 years. I only deserve death." When Song Jisin took out something from the inner room and placed it on the table, Fu Nanhua couldn't hide the ecstasy on his face no matter how hard he tried to hide it. It was an inconspicuous small pot. At the bottom of the pot was the inscription Mandrill. Song Jisin placed his hands on the table and leaned forward. He smiled and asked, "How much is this pot worth?" The young master of Old Dragon City finally retracted his gaze from the small pot. He looked up and said honestly, "If it were sold in a secular dynasty, it wouldn't even be worth 1 tael of silver. But if it were sold to me, I could buy back a city." Song Jisin asked, "Tens of thousands of people?" Fu Nanhua stretched out 3 fingers. Song Jisin made an O sound and curled his lips. So it's 300,000. Fu Nanhua was stunned. He then laughed. He originally thought that Song Jisin would say 30,000. In Apricot Blossom Alley, a wooden man squatted beside the iron lock well. He stared at the iron chain tied to the bottom of the wheeled cart. It seemed like he was thinking about how to move it. A young girl in black clothes and a curtain hat with a cold temperament walked around the town aimlessly. At that moment, she only had the narrow green scabbard saber hanging from her waist. Her hands were just bandaged with cloth strips. When she just walked into an unknown alley. With a whoosh, something flew through the air and then obediently stopped behind the young girl. It buzzed. The young girl frowned. Without turning her head, she squeezed out a word from between her teeth. Get lost. There was another whoosh. The flying sword that had been unsheathed and had flown over was so scared that it hid back into the scabbard. Proud young girl. Obedient flying sword. H4 double monthly votes. If you think this chapter is interesting, show your support. You can also vote monthly. UL Lee, show your support with 100 SM coins and monthly votes. Lee, show your support with 500 SM coins. Lee, show your support with 10,000 SM coins. Lee, show your support with 100,000 SM coins to be the alliance leader. Lee UL. 12. The girl in black walked into the depths of the alley. Occasionally, people would hang up festive red lanterns. Compared to the others, the girl in the curtained hat did not have the meticulous preparation of her family. She did not have the grey lines of a grass snake. She just walked into the town alone. Not far from the alley, a young man in embroidered clothes stood. He was holding a green jade seal high in his hands. It was the size of a child's palm. It was carved with dragons and tigers. Under the sunlight, it shone brightly. There were faint rays of light inside the jade seal. The young man in embroidered clothes looked up at the treasure in his hands. He was intoxicated. Beside him, a tall old man was kneeling on one knee. He was carefully wiping the mud on the young man's boots with his sleeve. The young man in embroidered clothes had already noticed the strange girl from the corner of his eyes. She was wearing a veiled hat with a green sheath. Her steps were steady. Obviously, she was not a local of the town. However, the young man in embroidered clothes did not care. He was still carefully looking at the ancient jade seal that had been silent for thousands of years. Deep in his heart, he even hoped that the girl would have the idea of stealing the treasure. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Anyway, he had already obtained 2 things. The harvest was far more than he expected. If he did not find something to do, he could only leave with the old servant. For this young man, he would feel that something was missing. For example, in the house thousands of miles away from the town, he was wearing a golden robe with 9 pythons. Unfortunately, he was still missing a claw. Every chosen person who came to this small town could bring 3 tokens, each of which was placed in an embroidered pouch. The pouch that was handed to the gatekeeper was a toll that had to be taken out. No matter how high the gatekeeper's status was, no matter how dilapidated the city gate was, even if it was a country's monarch or a sect's patriarch, they would still have to follow this rule. The other 2 brocade bags meant that they could take at most 2 treasures out of the town. Otherwise, even if they took 10 or 100 treasures, they had to return them one by one. The tokens in the bag were 3 kinds of copper coins with special shapes. They were the gambling money that the common people used to celebrate their victory, the spring money that the palace hung on the peach talisman every year, and the tribute money that was held in the palm of the statue of Lord Xiang Wang. Although they were called copper coins, they were actually made of rare gold essence. For most of the ordinary people under the mountain, even official silver was not common, let alone a heavy bag of gold. It was enough to make people willing to sell their family heirlooms. The young man in embroidered clothes studied the 3 copper coins that were not recorded in the official history. However, he could not figure anything out. In front of him, the girl with a cold aura walked straight ahead, ignoring the master and servant in the alley. The brocade-clothed youth changed his mind at the last moment. He put away the imperial jade seal and put it into a cloth bag that he had prepared beforehand. He tied it to his waist, but he still stood in the middle of the alley. He had no intention of giving way. The tall and fair-skinned old man also stood up. With a soft and feminine voice, he said softly, "Your Highness, this person is a martial artist who has reached a high level in martial arts. You must not lower your guard. If it was outside the town, we wouldn't have to care. But here, even with my pure martial arts body, I have to bear the pressure of this world at all times. It's extremely uncomfortable. Once I use my chi and open my acupoints, it will be like a river flowing in reverse. My meridians and acupoints will flood out. When that time comes, my death is a small matter, but your Highness' safety is a big matter. If I don't take care of your Highness well, there is even the slightest mistake in your Highness' cultivation, when I return, how will I explain it to His Majesty and Her Majesty?" The young man in embroidered clothes mischievously said, "Grandpa Wu, after you left the palace, you became more talkative. When you were in the palace, all you did was talk back and forth. You were even worse than my sister's stupid parrot." The old man called himself Our. His bowing and groveling were deep in his bones. He was especially proud of this in his heart. He could only be a loyal eunuch in the palace. He saw that the young master didn't seem to understand the meaning of his words, so he could only say more bluntly, "Your Highness, this person in the alley is already a threat to your Highness." The youth in embroidered clothes smiled lazily and said, "Although I've long heard that the path of cultivation is filled with all sorts of people, and that there are many evil and crooked paths, there are even more unorthodox paths. However, I've only met her by chance. She wants to kill me and seize my treasures. That's not very likely, is it? If everyone on the mountain was like this, wouldn't the world have been in chaos long ago?" The old man sighed. The dynasty below the mountain and the immortals on the mountain seemed to be united, but they were divided at heart. In fact, they hated each other. The young man in embroidered clothes was somewhat disheartened. Forget it, forget it. It's not like a man to put this rotten debt on a little girl." The girl walked in front of him, her left hand on the hilt of her knife. The young man in embroidered clothes smiled and leaned to the side, indicating for the girl to go first. The girl in black slowed down her steps and leaned to the side. Her eyes behind the curtain hat were full of vigilance. Back then, Eunuch Mai found the girl's injured hands wrapped in cotton cloth and couldn't help but frown. Presumptuous. Suddenly, the old man shouted angrily, like spring thunder. His feet seemed to slide, and his tall figure came to the front of the young man in embroidered clothes. The old man gently leaned his back and pushed the young man against the wall of the alley. At the same time, he opened his left hand. A dull collision sound came from the palm of his hand. It turned out that someone had used a stone as a hidden weapon and smashed it at the side of the head of the young man in embroidered clothes. The momentum was astonishing, and the force was almost enough to penetrate a wall. The old man crushed the fist-sized stone in his palm, but he didn't kill the assassin. Instead, he punched the girl in black with his right hand. The girl with the knife hesitated for a moment, forcibly suppressing her instinct to draw the knife out of its sheath. Instead, she tilted her head and just dodged the powerful punch. The wind from the punch was so strong that it instantly blew the girl's veil. The tall old man changed his straight fist into a horizontal sweep, and his fist smashed right at the girl's head. The fist's momentum was smooth and without stagnation. The girl had to quickly raise her arms and put the back of her hands together to protect her ears, showing a cross-shaped defensive posture, blocking the path of the fist. The next moment, the girl slid sideways for more than 10 steps. The girl gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, stretched out the hand that had more blood soaked through the cotton cloth, and straightened the slanted veil hat on her head. She was a little angry. The girl turned around, looked at the tall old man who looked around, and said in a methodical manner, "If it weren't for me, he would have been a dead man." The old man turned a deaf ear. But compared with before, the old eunuch, who was experienced in assassination and sneak attacks, had reduced the danger level of the girl to the second place. The first place was given to the person who attacked on the other side of the alley. Of course, in addition to the master and the servant, there were only 2 real outsiders in the alley. On the other side of the alley stood a tall and thin masked man. His arms were extremely thick, and his bulging muscles were like iron balls. There were 2 bags hanging from his waist, which were filled with round objects. He stood in the same place, as if to say that the previous sneak attack was actually just a reminder. When his cold eyes swept over the girl, the man grinned, stuck out his tongue, and his eyes were burning. The girl chuckled and said 2 words. "Come back." As soon as the voice fell, a sword passed through the head. The flying sword came to the girl's side and spun rapidly around her, like a child acting coquettishly. She said angrily, "Get lost." The flying sword flashed and disappeared. The master and servant were dumbfounded. The old eunuch was not shocked by the flying sword technique itself, but he felt a heartfelt fear that the girl could control the flying sword at will here. This feeling made the old man in a trance, as if he had returned to his youth when he first entered the palace, trembling with fear. One day, he looked at the senior who wore a red python robe and walked under the palace wall from afar. Of course, he was not in awe of the eunuch whose name he did not even know, but was afraid of the dazzling scarlet. After the young man in embroidered clothes came back to his senses, he smiled, full of self-mockery, took a step forward, and asked with concern, "Grandpa Wu, are you okay?" The white-haired old eunuch's face was heavy, and he shook his head. "It's better to be careful. If it doesn't work, our family will." The young man quickly waved his hand and asked, "How about we apologize?" The old man was a little caught off guard, and then he felt grief and anger and self-blame. If the master was humiliated, the minister would die. Especially the emperor's family. But the young man in embroidered clothes had already smiled and said, "Grandpa Wu, it's not difficult to say sorry if you did something wrong." The old man still felt that this was inappropriate, but the young man in embroidered clothes had already walked towards the girl. In an instant, the old man had mixed feelings. It turned out that there was not a single speck of mud on the young man's back. H4 double the monthly votes if you think this chapter is wonderful. Show your support tilde. You can also vote monthly. UL show your support with 100 horizontal coins to draw monthly votes. Lee show your support with 500 horizontal coins. Lee show your support with 10,000 horizontal coins. Lee show your support with 100,000 horizontal coins to be the alliance leader. Lee UL. 13. The girl in the curtained hat didn't care about the young man who was walking towards her. She looked over the young man's shoulder at the tall old man who was following closely behind. She said with a gloomy expression, "You wanted to kill just now. Although you have your reasons, I don't think it's right." The young man stopped 7 or 8 steps away from the cold-looking girl and said sincerely, "My name is Gao Zhen. I'm from Yang County of the Great Sui Kingdom. If Grandpa Wu offended you, I'm willing to apologize and compensate you." The tall old man stood behind the young man with complicated feelings. The so-called descendant of the Gao family of Yang County of the Great Sui Kingdom was just an indirect way of saying it. The Great Sui Kingdom had a history of 1,200 years. The people who sat on the dragon throne all had the surname Gao. The first emperor was from Yang County. The girl didn't care about this. She raised her hands and tightened the bandages. She said to the old man, "If we were outside, I wouldn't be able to defeat a martial arts grandmaster who might have already traveled far with the wind. But right now, if I use the flying sword, you will definitely die." The tall old man sneered, "As long as that assassin knows your trump card, with his peak master physique, as long as he protects his vital parts, it doesn't matter even if you pierce through him 10 times. He is already like this, not to mention that I'm 2 realms higher than him. One of the realms is even seen as the natural barrier of martial arts. Little girl, I don't know where you got the confidence to say the words death is certain." The girl frowned. She held the handle of the sword with one hand. "I'm a person who is afraid of trouble and I hate arguing with people. Why don't we fight and see if it's true or not? Whoever wins is right. What do you think?" The old man, who rarely had the chance to be threatened, was a bit annoyed. If they weren't in this disgusting and treacherous place, with the girl's cultivation level, no matter how gifted she was, the old man would be able to kill 10 of them with one hand. Taking a step back, if it were not for the heavy responsibility of taking care of the young prince whom the Great Sui Kingdom had placed high hopes on, the old man would have taught this arrogant girl a lesson, even if he would be seriously injured by the self-circulating great ways here. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger, and her courage was commendable. But that did not mean that the tiger would not devour the calf. The brocade-clothed youth who called himself Gao Zhen hurriedly tried to smooth things over. If Miss insists on pursuing the matter, I'm willing to take out this item as compensation. Gao Zhen lowered his head and opened the cloth pouch at his waist. He took out the imperial jade seal and held it with one hand before handing it to the girl in the curtained hat in the distance. This is to show my sincerity. I only ask that you don't pursue Grandpa Wu's unintentional offense. After all, he did it out of loyalty and righteousness. He didn't have the intention to harm anyone. The tall old eunuch with white hair and eyebrows was suddenly frightened. He knelt down on one knee and said in panic, "Your Highness, you can't. This imperial jade seal is an opportunity for your Highness. It is a rare and pure treasure that can even carry the incense of the people. How can the two be compared? Your Highness is forcing this old servant to death." The face of the noble youth with the surname Gao stiffened. The girl seemed to be a bit impatient. She sneered and said, "You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Everyone likes to cherish their own things. Take back the imperial jade seal. I've always liked the saying, a gentleman doesn't take what others like." The girl acted decisively and turned to leave. The brocade-clothed youth was relieved. "Get up, Grandpa Wu. It's not right to kneel." The 12 great Martin temples of the Great Sui Kingdom only kneel to the emperor. If this is seen by the 6 imperial censors or the people from the Ministry of Rites, both of us will be in trouble. All right, this trip to the small town was completed successfully thanks to the protection of my ancestors. Let's not complicate things and leave this place quickly. Also, after we meet up with our own people outside, we can't let our guard down. You should know that among the 6 pillars of the Dali dynasty, the Yuan and Cao families are in opposing camps. Unfortunately, these 2 pillars of Dali have an irreconcilable enmity with the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family. If something happens to you here, Grandpa Wu, it will be difficult for me to return safely to the Great Sui Kingdom. The old man nodded and slowly got up. This old servant knows the severity of the matter. Take it easy. When the old man said take it easy, the girl in the curtained hat had already walked more than 20 steps. A breeze blew past the brocade-clothed youth. The hair on his temples and the sleeves of his brocade-clothed robe were blown up. It turned out that the old man beside him, who had great authority in the Great Sui Kingdom, had no intention of letting the girl go. At this moment, he had already rushed forward. The first 3 steps he took were heavy on the ground of the alley. The sound was dull and went more than 10 feet deep into the ground. When he took the 4th step, the old man had already jumped up high and punched the back of the girl. The girl in the curtained hat suddenly twisted her waist. Using the tip of her left foot as a support point, she unsheathed her sword with her right hand. A snow-white light that was more dazzling than the sun appeared in the alley. The tall old man rushed forward and punched the edge of the sword directly. The back of his hand was only cut by the sharp edge of the sword. After the old eunuch's feet landed on the ground, he continued to rush forward and pushed the girl with the sword back. Then the old man casually stretched out his palm. It seemed slow and calm, but in fact, it hit the girl's forehead as fast as lightning. When the old man was about to increase his strength and smash the head hidden under the curtained hat, he quickly moved his feet and moved his body a foot to the side. With a puff sound, he looked down and found that a sharp weapon had penetrated his right chest from his back. It was the tip of a sword. The old man's expression didn't change. He put 2 fingers together to clamp the tip of the sword and pushed it back. He forcefully pushed the sharp flying sword that followed the girl's will out of his chest. Because of the obstruction of the flying sword, not only was the old eunuch unable to smash the girl's head with his palm, but the girl who was sent flying back and fell into the alley took the opportunity to catch her breath. She got up and quickly disappeared into a fork in the alley like a leopard. The young man's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He clenched his fists and said angrily, "Imperial Horse Supervisor Eunuch, Wu Yu Wu Jiao Temple, why didn't you listen to my hints and insist on acting so stubbornly? Do you really think that your Wu Jiao Temple is the most invincible in this small town? We were clearly in the wrong first. After the incident, She didn't force us and was already willing to settle the matter peacefully. Why do you still have to be so vicious? You've gone too far. The old eunuch retracted his gaze from the direction of the girl's escape. He turned around and walked back. His back was straight, which made him seem even more imposing. The old man walked back slowly, step by step, as if he was stepping on the bottom of his heart. The young man felt the suffocating aura and was being oppressed by a servant. He became even more furious. His eyes widened as he gritted his teeth and said, "Imperial Horse Directorate, Wu Jiao Temple, you're committing a capital offense." The old eunuch said indifferently, "Your Highness, a crime punishable by death must be decided by His Majesty himself. From my point of view, Your Highness' safety is of the utmost importance. As for the existence of the girl in the small town, in my point of view, it has already become an urgent matter. Therefore, if we really want everything to be fine, we can only kill her. Only when she is dead can our family be at ease." Seeing the uncontrollable rage in the young man's eyes, the old eunuch sighed and said softly, "I've worked in the imperial palace for more than 60 years. I've seen too much scheming and scheming. Whether it's bloody or not, I've seen too many. I don't have the slightest bit of confidence in people's hearts. I've personally dealt with no less than 30 assassinations on the way to protect the emperor. Your Highness, those assassins are sinister and deceitful. They're definitely unimaginable, especially those crazy death warriors. They can't be reasoned with. Take the masked assassin and the girl in the curtained hat as an example." The young man in embroidered clothes pointed at the old eunuch with a cold expression and said angrily, "Shut up. You old eunuch. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. I'm only sure that you've ruined my painstaking efforts to rope her in. Even a blind man knows how talented and amazing the girl who can control the flying sword is. Even among the cultivators on the mountain, she's the most outstanding genius. Such a character, not to mention the Great Sway Kingdom or Dali, even in the entire Eastern Aquarius continent, she's a rare existence. I only need to train her for 10 years, at most 20 years, and she'll become the most powerful assassin in my shadow. So what if you're a land immortal or a martial arts grandmaster? What's the result? I'm Jiao Zhen, the future crown prince of the Great Sway Kingdom. I'm your master, old eunuch Wu." Strangely, the old eunuch was not annoyed by the old eunuch. Instead, he looked more and more pleased. When the young man finished venting, he finally stopped cursing. The old eunuch looked at the panting young man and said with a smile, "Your Highness, although you haven't experienced some things yourself and don't know the treacherous ways of the world and the sinister hearts of people, there's one thing Your Highness did very well. It's very similar to His Majesty's style in the past." The atmosphere was awkward. After Jiao Zhen calmed down, he realized that he had made a big mistake. Before he was appointed as the crown prince, he had been so disrespectful to an old eunuch of the Imperial Horse Directorate and one of the 3 gatekeepers of the Great Sway Kingdom's palace. More importantly, this person was deeply trusted by his father and mother. Therefore, Prince Jiao opened his mouth, but he saw the eunuch he had called an old eunuch. The eunuch smiled and said, "Your Highness, remember one thing. Don't say sorry to your servants casually. There's no need to. It's a waste of your status, and the servants may not appreciate it. Even if you feel guilty, you should bury it deep in your heart. You should know that the Emperor, who is known as the true dragon of the human world, is the supreme ruler of the world." Jiao Zhen said, "Grandpa Wu, with my current status, it's too early to say this." The old eunuch suddenly tensed up, as if he was facing a great enemy. He pulled the young man behind him and looked at the masked assassin's body. A slender middle-aged Confucian scholar suddenly appeared at the end of the alley. He walked slowly to the assassin's body, squatted down, and took off his mask. Only a strange face could be seen. He had no eyebrows, a shaved nose, and words carved on his face. There was no doubt that this person used to be a convict when he was alive. The Confucian scholar was silent. Sure enough, this was premeditated. Perhaps this scheme had started from the Confucian temple. Jiao Zhen's eyes were burning. He walked out from behind the old eunuch and bowed. No matter what, he had to salute first. Then he raised his head and asked respectfully, "May I ask if you are Mr. Qi from the Cliff Academy?" The Confucian scholar stood up and said to Jiao Zhan, "If you hadn't taken the opportunity first, the two of you wouldn't have been able to leave so easily today." According to the rules set by the four sages, the punishment for outsiders killing each other in the small town was not severe, but it was not light either. Compared to killing indiscriminately, the ordinary people in the small town would definitely be expelled. However, there was an obvious loophole in the fight between outsiders that could be mended after the sheep were lost. The reason why Jiao Zhan and the other two groups of people had brought along a retinue was precisely because they were prepared for the worst, so they could use them as scapegoats at critical moments. Otherwise, just one person would cost half of the savings of the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. After all, it was the private savings of the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. It was easy to imagine how much money it would cost. So, who would be willing to be the scapegoat for no reason? In layman's terms, it was just spending money to avoid disaster. However, the expenses here could be described as emptying a mountain of gold and silver. The so-called extravagant spending in the secular world was simply child's play in comparison. Jiao Zhan, who was ordered to leave, continued to say, "Mr. Qi, if there is a chance in the future, can you come to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom to give a lecture? The Great Sui Kingdom is willing to specially reserve the position of imperial tutor for you." The old eunuch thought for a while and decided not to stop the young man's presumptuous remarks. If he could really persuade this scholar to give advice to the Jiao family of the Great Sui Kingdom in the future, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom would definitely be very happy. The Confucian scholar smiled and did not answer. The old eunuch was decisive and ruthless towards the girl in the curtained hat whom he had met by chance. At this time, facing the stabilizing force of this place, Mr. Qi of the Cliff Academy showed an extreme attitude. He bowed his head and cupped his fists. "Mr. Qi, please forgive me for disturbing you. Just now, I had no choice but to attack a junior. I hope you can understand my painstaking efforts as a servant of the Jiao family." Qi Jingchun waved his sleeve. "Leave quickly." Jiao Zhan and the old eunuch had to leave. They happened to take the same route that the girl in the curtained hat had retreated. The young man asked in a low voice, "Is she dead?" The old eunuch shook his head. "She won't live for long. The flying sword will only let her live a little longer. It won't help her." The young man hesitated and asked curiously, "Grandpa Wu, when did you see that her flying sword was not as easy as it looked?" The old man said, "Too much is as bad as too little. Her early wisdom gave the game away." The young man was surprised and puzzled. The old eunuch led the young man out of the original alley and said softly, "Let me ask your highness a question. Your highness has seen many luxurious and rare objects in the world. Would you still be interested in the ordinary porcelain of a small town?" The young man patted his waist pocket and said with a smile, "Of course not. Only this imperial jade seal, or something similar to it, can make me happy." The old eunuch nodded. "That's right. When the girl killed people with her flying sword, her heart was as still as water. She was extremely calm and composed, just like an ordinary person eating, drinking, and defecating. Moreover, after she realized my true martial arts cultivation, she decisively gave up the idea of fighting. She was afraid that I would see through her tough exterior and deliberately provoke us. Her true intention was to find a way out for both of us. She was afraid that we would kill her, so she would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. Therefore, she had to break the situation. Of course, it turned out that she didn't do it well. But in the end, it's not simple for her to have such thoughts at such a young age. But the more it's like this, the greater the threat to your highness in the future if we let the tiger return to the mountain and let it grow stronger." The old man sighed with emotion. Young men and young women are in high spirits. If they kill hot-bloodedly or bravely face death, I wouldn't be surprised. But it's very abnormal for them to face death calmly after thinking it over slowly, or to kill without any ripples in their hearts. It can even be said that this temperament can only be tempered by experience. It has little to do with a person's talent and aptitude. Whether it's cultivators or martial artists, many geniuses die young because the shortcomings of their temperament are too obvious. It's easy to ruin things when they encounter difficulties. Jiao Zhan sighed. No matter what, It's a pity. The old eunuch said half-jokingly, Your Highness, if you have to sigh over the life and death of such a person, then when Your Highness really stands on top of the mountain in the future, you'll be very busy. The young man smiled. I don't believe it. The old eunuch suddenly said, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel that Mr. Qi, with his heavenly cultivation, seems to have encountered a big problem. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom said indifferently, Anyway, as long as we can get this dragon gate seal, we'll be done. Who would have thought that this priceless treasure seal would be reduced to a small addition to a big deal? So we should stop while we're ahead. Speaking of that golden carp, I can't help but think of that straw sandal boy. The old eunuch smiled. Your Highness, are you thinking of finding a chance in the future to thank this boy? The young man shook his head. No, I'm just feeling sorry for that bag of copper coins. The old man couldn't help but laugh. In the future, there might be a thrifty emperor in the Sui dynasty. In a secluded alley going north and south, only the sound of wheels could be heard. There was a young Taoist priest with a lotus crown on his head who had stopped doing business early today. He was pushing the cart forward, thinking that after he returned to his residence, he would pack up and go home quickly. Whoever got involved in this mess would suffer. Suddenly, a slim person in black staggered out from the east and west side of the alley. Finally, she leaned against the wall and moved slowly. She covered her mouth with one hand through the thin veil of her veil hat and pointed at the young Taoist priest with the other hand. The young Taoist priest quickly lowered his head and murmured, Can't see me. Can't see me. Taishang Laojuan's order is as urgent as the law. Forget it, Buddha is protecting me, Bodhisattva is showing up. A Taoist priest didn't ask the three pure ones for help at the last moment. Instead, he begged Buddha and Bodhisattva. It was really unreasonable. As expected, Buddha and Bodhisattva didn't seem to be willing to pay attention to the disciples of other sects. The girl in the veil had somehow mustered her last bit of strength and staggered toward the Taoist priest. She fell heavily with a thud, but her last hand grabbed the Taoist priest's ankle tightly. The young Taoist priest held his head with both hands and looked like he was about to break down. He looked up as if he was asking the sky. Such a huge karma hit me, isn't it the same as engraving the words death on my forehead? I've been wandering around all these years, eating and sleeping in the open, trekking through mountains and rivers, and often being bitten by dogs on the street. It's very hard, okay? *CK the Jiao family of the Great Sui Kingdom and that old dog surnamed Wu. Just you wait, this debt can't be settled without 500 years. My cultivation is so low, I really can't carry any heavy burden. The young Daoist who was already speaking incoherently lowered his head and almost burst into tears. Little girl, please be merciful and let this Daoist off. Later, this Daoist will help you find a place with beautiful scenery. The feng shui is excellent and it will definitely bring good fortune to your children. Oh no, Miss is still a virgin. Then, the girl had completely fainted. Seeing that there was no one around, the young Taoist priest squatted down and was about to quietly pry open the girl's 5 fingers. Whoosh! The flying sword hovered in the air, and the tip of the sword was less than 3 inches away from the young Taoist priest's forehead. The young Taoist priest calmly let go of her hand and said with a face full of pity, Humans are not plants, how can we not have compassion? I've lived a good life, how can I be the kind of person who doesn't save people? The young Taoist priest sat cross-legged, and his handsome face was almost wrinkled. Where to send her next is troublesome. The flying sword that had been 3 inches away from the Taoist priest's forehead suddenly moved forward by 1 inch. The Daoist explained patiently, If I want your master to survive, I need a helper. Oh right, go to the old pagoda tree and prick a pagoda leaf over. I'll help her preserve her vitality first. Your master is a little special. I don't want to blindly save people just to save people. If I accidentally delay her cultivation progress, this new karma makes me want to die again. Let's end this once and for all. The flying sword seemed to be hesitating, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly. The Taoist priest said angrily, The earlier you go, the sooner your master can come back from the gates of hell. If you're late, we'll all die together. The flying sword disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Taoist priest said angrily in a low voice, only when the couple is in love can they become a couple. You, Mr. Chi Jing-chun, are good. You don't even wipe your ass when you poop. The young Taoist priest held his chin with one hand and used his other hand to calculate. Let me calculate which family you'll be sent to. You can survive, and the other party won't be ruined. Let's start with the Liu family. Liu family won't do, and they're similar to the Zhao family. They already have a chance. How about the Song family? Before the Taoist priest in the alley finished speaking, all the door gods pasted on the doors of the Song family on Fulu Street instantly lost their vigor and dimmed. There were also wisps of green smoke that were invisible to the naked eye. Deep in the courtyard, a barefoot old man pushed the door open and stood in the courtyard, cursing angrily, "Which bastard is plotting against the foundation of the Song family? Come out and fight." The young Taoist priest coughed and muttered to himself, "The Liu family of Fulu Street looks prosperous. They seem to be the ones who can shoulder the burden. Why don't you give it a try?" The plaque of the Liu family's family hall that had been passed down for thousands of years shattered with a bang. Shocking cracks appeared on it. An old woman with a deep voice knocked heavily on the ground with a dragon-headed walking stick. "Who are you? Can you come out and meet us?" The young Taoist pretended that nothing had happened. "That's the Wei family of Peachleaf Alley. I can tell that your family has accumulated good karma. You'll definitely be able to bear this karma." Soon, an old man used a secret technique to transmit his voice to the school. He roared angrily, "Chi Jing-chun, aren't you going to do anything? If you can't or don't dare to do anything, get out of here and give the position to Ruan Cheng. Let him deal with this sneaky guy. Or is all this just you, Chi Jing-chun, venting your personal grudges?" A man was leading people to dig a well by the stream south of the covered bridge in the small town. He stood up straight and moved his lips slightly towards the north. Like spring thunder, his voice rumbled in the sky above Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley. "Enough. You're not allowed to be disrespectful to Mr. Chi. And I, Ruan Cheng, will never get involved in the town's affairs before the spring equinox." For a moment, the world was silent, and everything was silent. The culprit sitting next to the cart in the alley was grabbing one of the black-clothed girl's hands. Then, he threw the emerald locust tree leaf brought by the flying sword onto her bloody palm. After the locust tree leaf touched the wound on the girl's palm, it melted like snow and disappeared in an instant. The young Daoist sighed and said, "Every time I see such a scene, I have to feel for this creation of the world." After pondering for a long time, the Taoist still couldn't think of a satisfactory sentence. In the end, the young Taoist lowered his head and looked at the girl who was slightly flushed. He was a little troubled. "Since the fate you're involved with is greater than I imagined, then I can only go against the Tao. There are 600 families in the small town, and their roots are intertwined with each other. For generations, they've been immersed in the aura of this arcane realm. It's easy for me to find someone with fate, but it's harder than reaching the sky to find a pauper. It's like finding a high-ranking official in the court hall. It's easy, but how can I find a beggar?" The young Taoist was surprised. He really found such a pitiful person. He wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he was frightened. He closed his eyes and asked himself. The young Taoist sighed. "No matter what, let's see what you choose first. I won't force you. If you don't want to, I'll bear the karma myself." Finally, he put his palms together like a monk. "Buddha bless me, Bodhisattva, please help me get through this disaster." In Clay Bottle Alley, the young Taoist bent over and pushed a two-wheeled cart to a courtyard door. After knocking on the door, he asked, "Is Chen Pingan here?" In the corner of the cart, there was a long sword with a snow-white sheath. The flying sword in the sheath looked sickly, as if it despised the young Taoist for finding such a poor place. "14. The young Taoist had already thought of a lot of words to answer the question of who is she, but unexpectedly, the door of the yard was opened quickly. Obviously, the boy in the shabby alley directly skipped that part. The Clay Bottle Alley was one of the narrowest alleys in the town. The Taoist's double-wheeled wooden cart could not be placed outside to block the road. Fortunately, Chen Pingan looked as thin as a match and did not have much strength. In fact, his strength was not small. He helped the young Taoist to carry the heavy cart into the yard without much effort. From the beginning to the end, the boy did not say anything, which made the young Taoist feel a little embarrassed after closing the door. It was like a thick-skinned person who went to the door to borrow money, and the host entertained him with good tea, wine, and meat. If the guest had a little conscience left, it would be more difficult to ask. The young Daoist thought that since he was going to be embarrassed anyway, he might as well get it over with. He lifted up a cotton mattress covering the cart, revealing a black-clothed girl who was curled up on her side. The curtained hat was slanted but did not fall off, stubbornly covering its owner's face. For some reason, when he lifted up the thin mattress, a bloody smell immediately hit his face. Only then did Chen Pingan realize that she was dressed in black, and there was blood faintly seeping out. Chen Pingan did not expect that a small piece of mattress could completely cover the strong smell. The boy just stepped back and asked, "Taoist, what are you going to do?" The young Taoist said, "Save her. She was seriously injured, and no one in the town was willing to save her. No wonder they don't care about their own business. So I thought that you might be an exception." Chen Pingan hit the nail on the head and asked, "How did she get hurt?" The Daoist's face did not turn red and his heart did not skip a beat. He said, "Just now when I was pushing the cart past the memorial archway, I saw this young girl from another village. She actually said that she was going to make a steely inscription on the horizontal board Chi Chong fighting ball. She took her brushes, and other things and climbed up. As for the steely rubbing, how should I put it, it's just a business of copying. Most of the time, this poor Taoist can't explain it clearly. In any case, after this little girl climbed up, she lowered her head and bent over to sit on the beam. This poor Taoist was scared out of his wits and had no choice but to stop and remind her to be careful from time to time. Who would have thought that in the end, she was still too engrossed in the process? Suddenly, with a bang, she fell solidly on the ground. You also know that the ground of the memorial arch is not as hard as that of your mud bottle alley. It's as hard as the bluestone of Fulu Street. This poor Taoist might have injured her internal organs and intestines. This poor Taoist is a monk, so he must be merciful and can't leave her alone, right? I can't do anything about it, so I can't do anything about it. Along the way, every family despised her for being covered in blood. It's just the new year and it's too unlucky. No one was willing to carry her into the house. I also know that this is human nature, so I have no choice but to come to you. To put it bluntly, if you don't want to take her in, then I'm not an immortal who can save people from the gates of hell. I can only wait for the girl to take her last breath and try my best to find a place to dig a hole and set up a stele." The Daoist purposely spoke very quickly and did not enunciate clearly. It was obvious that he wanted to confuse the young man by talking in circles and muddle his way through first. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as there is a beginning, you can take one step at a time. There is always a way out, and there will always be a light at the end of the tunnel. Chen Pingan's eyes were complicated. He looked at the young Taoist who was full of hope and then glanced at the girl in black who was lifeless. After a struggle, he nodded and said, "How do you save her?" The young Taoist was suddenly in high spirits. "All right. With your words, Chen Pingan, half of it is true. Don't be fooled by her terrible injuries, as if the King of Hell had scratched off her name in the Book of Life and Death. In fact, it's not as bad as you think. Of course, what this penniless priest said just now is also true. There are all kinds of mysteries involved. For example, this lady's desire to live is extremely strong. In addition, she seems to have some family secrets that can protect her vital heart acupoint and elixir chamber. Also, our town is a very interesting place. There are many strange things. Eating or catching them will be of great benefit." The young Taoist came back to his senses and realized that he had revealed a lot of heavenly secrets. He laughed dryly and said, "You don't understand anyway, right?" The young boy said seriously, "I don't understand, but I remember most of it." The young Taoist asked tentatively, "So when you heard the knocking sound in the house, you knew it was me, the fortune teller who set up the stall?" Chen Pingan hesitated and said, "Yes. The young Taoist asked curiously, "You have a good memory? How good?" The young boy looked at the dying girl in black. The young Taoist explained with a smile, "She's in a very mysterious state right now. She can't move her body at will. It's best to wait for a while." Chen Pinggan was skeptical. "It's easier for me to remember things by looking at them than by listening to them." The young Taoist asked, "Give me an example." Chen Pinggan thought for a while. "For example, the head of the dragon kill, Master Yarrow, his jumping knife technique is the best among all the old masters in the town. I actually remember all the details after seeing it once, but," the young Taoist smiled and continued the topic, "but your hands and feet can't keep up, right?" Chen Pinggan's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. The young Taoist smiled knowingly. "Then have you ever thought about what's so good about Old Man Yarrow's unique skill?" Chen Pinggan's face darkened. "I couldn't figure it out before." Later, Liu Xianyang told me that Old Man Yarrow said that if you want to do the best with the jumping knife, you must have a steady heart and not just your hands. After I heard these words, I somewhat understood. I was too anxious before. The more anxious I was, the more chaotic my hands were. The more chaotic it was, the easier it was to make mistakes. Once I made a mistake, I could see clearly where I didn't do like Old Man Yarrow. Then, I became even more anxious. That's why I've always been the worst at the dragon kill." The young Taoist said indifferently, "There's an old saying that the master leads you through the door, but the master never thought of leading you through the door. How can you cultivate then?" Chen Pinggan shook his head, "I'm clumsy. Not to mention Liu Xianyang, I can't even compare to an ordinary apprentice. It's not strange that Old Man Yarrow doesn't like me." The young Taoist suddenly smiled. "Chen Pinggan, do you know how hard it is to understand the word steady heart? It's very hard to understand. You can't belittle yourself." Chen Pinggan still shook his head. "It's like catching fish in a small stream. I'm standing at a place where the water doesn't reach my knees. Bending down to catch the fish, that's catching. Some people are good at swimming. They can dive into a deep pit and hold their breath for a long time before catching the fish. That's also catching." Taoist priest, "The two are different, right?" The young Taoist priest laughed and declined to comment. Suddenly, he said, "We can save her now." Chen Pinggan was stunned. The young Taoist priest was also stunned. "Why are you in a daze? Carry that girl to the room and put her on the bed." Chen Pinggan didn't move at all, and then? The Taoist priest said righteously, "Of course we'll first help the girl change into a clean set of clothes. Then, we'll go to the medicine shop and grab a few herbs to replenish qi and nurture the vitality. When that time comes, I'll have to personally come out of the mountain and show my skills." Chen Pinggan asked with a dark face, "When the girl wakes up, will I be beaten to death by her?" The young Taoist priest said without hesitation, "No, you're her savior. How can there be such an ungrateful person in this world?" Chen Pinggan was silent. The Taoist priest coughed and his aura suddenly decreased. "Probably not." Chen Pinggan sighed and asked tentatively, "There's a girl next door called GQ. Let her do these things." The young Taoist priest said helplessly, "No, the crux of the problem lies here." Chen Pinggan didn't insist. He squatted on the ground and scratched his head with both hands. The young Taoist priest suddenly asked, "Do you have anything you want to ask? If you ask, I may not be able to answer all your questions. But I'll try my best to answer some of them. How about it?" Chen Pinggan sighed and stood up. "Let's save her first." The young Taoist priest smiled. "Good." He quietly flicked his sleeves and suppressed a restless flying sword into its sheath. Chen Pinggan carried the girl into the house and gently placed her on the wooden bed. The wooden bed that Liu Xianyang sat on earlier had just been repaired. There was a wooden stool under the bed. The young Taoist priest followed behind and stepped through the door. He looked around and found that the house was just like this. The young Taoist priest patted his head and went out to get a pen and paper. He was going to write a prescription for the boy to grab the herbs. After returning to the house, the young Taoist priest shook his head and deliberately didn't look at the wooden bed. He thought that the poor boy was definitely going to have a hard time. The boy sitting on the edge of the bed had already taken off the girl's veil hat, revealing a pale face covered in blood. The so-called bleeding from the 7 orifices was probably referring to the scene under the boy's eyes. The boy quickly stood up and took a stool from the table and placed it beside the bed. He then quickly ran to a corner of the wall. There was a small wooden rack with pots and pans neatly placed on it. Next to the wooden rack, there was a small water jar covered with wooden planks to block mosquitoes and flies. The water jar was filled with well water from Iron Lock Well in Apricot Blossom Lane. The boy took a wooden basin and a gourd ladle and squatted beside the water jar. He scooped out water from the jar and quickly poured it into the wooden basin. He then placed a clean cotton cloth on the edge of the basin and placed it on the stool beside the bed. The young Taoist priest turned his head and raised a piece of paper in his hand. There's a small medicine shop on Fulu Street. Take this prescription and go get the herbs. The boy was puzzled. Didn't you say that before? The young Taoist looked confused. He blinked and said, that's right. I'm telling you to be careful when you're getting the herbs. Don't be too high profile, lest you cause a storm in the city and ruin the lady's reputation. Chen Pingan made a no sound and asked while washing the cotton cloth, do you have money to get the herbs? The young Taoist priest suddenly became nervous. You don't? Chen Pingan placed the wooden basin on the table and took out a golden copper coin from somewhere and gently placed it on the table. Taoist priest, I'll take this and exchange it with you for an ordinary copper coin. As for how to exchange it, it's up to you. The young Taoist priest thought for a moment. This copper coin on the table is enough to buy the things on the prescription. I'll go get the money for you now. Soon, the Taoist priest came back with a bag of ordinary copper coins and a few pieces of silver. He handed them all to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan reminded him, I'll pour this basin of water later. Taoist priest, you don't have to help. Song Jisin lives next door and likes new things. It won't be good if he sees it. The young Taoist priest solemnly said, Chen Pingan, don't you have any questions? Chen Pingan stood in place and roughly weighed the copper coins and silver pieces. After he knew what they were, he carefully put them away and signaled for them to talk outside. After the two of them walked out of the door, the straw sandals youth raised his head and slowly said, I know you're not ordinary people. Old Yarrow said a long time ago when he was drunk that our town was unusual. Everything was strange and everyone was strange. However, Old Yarrow couldn't say what was strange about it. Of course, I don't know either. This time, Ji Kan said that the storyteller could pour out a big vat of water from an ordinary big white bowl. Although Ji Kan is annoying, I know that he wasn't lying about this. Just like. The young man paused for a moment before continuing. Just like today, there was a very tall woman in the alley outside the door. She used her finger to flick my forehead once, and her palm hit my chest once. In the end, she said that I was going to die soon. I knew that what she said was true. The young Taoist priest's face was solemn. Chen Pingan finally said, Taoist priest, you said that after burning the talisman you wrote, it would bring good luck to my parents. I actually believe you. That's why you came to me and asked me to save them. I didn't say anything just now, but I hope you can promise me one thing. If you agree, no matter what you want me to do, there won't be a problem. If you don't agree, I'll get the prescription and help you decoct the medicine. After that, I'll chase you away. The Taoist priest asked, what's your condition? Tell me. The youth who always gave people the impression of being calm and experienced was actually a little nervous. He replied, my parents passed away when I was very young. I don't know why, but I remember a lot of things when I was young. It's just that my parents' faces are always blurry and I can't remember clearly. After that, I ate baija rice for a period of time and relied on the neighbors to survive. Once, I heard someone say that I was born on the 5th of May. Judging from their tone, it shouldn't be a very auspicious day. There was someone next door who was more direct and frank. The young man had been beating around the bush. After pausing for a while, he finally went straight to the point. He lowered his head and said in a dull tone, after I help you save someone, if, and I'm saying if, one day I suddenly die, can you help me reincarnate as my parents' child in my next life? The young Taoist priest was silent. Chen Pingan grinned and scratched his head, it's okay if you can't do it. Indeed, there's no such thing in the world. It's my fault. The Taoist priest smiled bitterly. What about that girl? Chen Pinggan suddenly turned his back to the Taoist priest. He raised his fist and waved it. For the first time, he joked, she's so pretty. I'd be a fool if I don't save her. The young Taoist priest looked at the youth who pretended to be relaxed and pushed the door open to leave. The youth who was walking in the clay bottle alley seemed to have thought of someone and burst into tears. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.